Also, I didn't say hi to you. Aegis, what up? So, goal for the day is we need to get some more babies in the fort. Because we are getting back to one of those, oh no, population bad situations. So we're trying, today's like big goal is going to be get more children in the fort. Not in the chat. Too many of those. But children in the fort. My mouse sensitivity is like 1 setting off. I must have bumped it. Annoying. There you go, Faulted. It was worth leaving the channel up for an extra 10 seconds. So I can't tab over to Dwarf Fortress just yet because I just gotta click Frenzy, so I gotta click this button a few times. So I gotta replant my garden. Yeah, just give me a sec. But yeah, no, it's damn. I gotta click Frenzy and then another power up. All right, I can close it now. Didn't actually earn that much. You'll leave chat open in the meantime. Yay! Chat's less important. But, leaving the stream up does help. But yeah, so today's big goal is we're going to be trying to repopulate the youngins population. So, but we are on year 400. I can't remember how far into the year we are. Year 405 is actually 400 years of the fort age, so it's just a year 400. It is currently mid-spring, the 4th of Slate on the year 400, and our goal is to get up to 405, because that'll be 400 years of Longdeath. So we did bring back a few dwarves. Radio Free Olive is back, who's 94 years old, who was living over at one of the Helixes, who's brought their spouse. They were single when they left, and and they're married to Bambul, who came with them. They do not have any kids, so I'm kind of hoping that these two will have kids, but it's hard to say as to whether or not that will actually happen, because, well, Radio Free Olive has been utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. So, living on a prayer. Space Pirate. But I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about kind of my long-term plans for Longdeath, because we are currently staring down the barrel of whether or not I'll even be able to complete this series. So something like that I just need to say before anything else is this is probably a pretty easy thing to suspect if you just like casually watch this show, which is this is going to take a very, very, very long time. Like a very long time. Like I don't mean to exaggerate, but a very long time. The issue with it taking so long, I'm actually going to cancel all those. The issue with it taking so long is Premium Dwarf Fortress is probably going to release in some form this year. Probably. It's very likely it will. So because of this, I'm running into this issue where I'm going to need to not play out-of-date versions of the game for a pretty hefty chunk of time, right? Which is essentially means I'm going to have to take a break from Longdeath. So whenever Premium releases, I'll probably do like at least a week of nonstop streams of just Premium stuff. All other series will end, right? All other worlds will be retired. Forts will be retired. It'll be mass apocalypses left and right. And I'm going to be playing Premium. But kind of what I'm thinking is once the initial excitement stuff for Premium is over, we'll start doing Longdeath again. But the actual format that Longdeath will take is going to probably be different than it is currently. Currently, it's how I start my week. It's the Tuesday stream. It's like 6 hours of this fort. We get some time in. We interact with the dwarves, and it's a good time. But the problem is this version of the game is going to be, well, progressively more and more and more outdated as time goes on. You really want to join the military. So, I'm going to put you into the Eternal Guard. And you know what? I'm actually going to get these guys training a little bit. Current population is 30 and 48. We will do the name read through in a minute and everything. I also kind of want to name the some of the merchants. So if people want a merchant, don't let me know just yet, but think about it if you would like one. Yeah, Longdeath is getting old. But so the other day I had Tekid on my podcast, and we'll teach a bunch of new people who then find DF classic DF more accessible. Well, I mean, dude, how often do people go back and play old versions of a game, right? Like there's the occasional like rush of nostalgia for people that want a specific type of game, but then after that initial rush of nostalgia is, I'm actually just gonna put them into the tavern for the day, I think, for a little bit. I can just watch them and kind of come to grips with where we're currently at. How often do people really go back to old versions of the game? So now, before you go, oh no, don't get rid of Longdeath. I'm not actually planning on getting rid of Longdeath. That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is that, well, okay. Back when I first started Longdeath, within a couple of months, I got a few quotes from people. And the one quote that really stuck with me is, this is a lot like Farlands or Bust. Or going to become a lot like Farlands or Bust. Which I took as a massive compliment. Farlands or Bust is that legendary long YouTube Let's Play, or I guess it's live streamed now, but originally it was a Let's Play of dude just walking in a straight line in Minecraft to try and get to the Farlands, which is probably impossible in modern Minecraft. But it's about 30 minutes a week of him just walking in a straight line in Minecraft. But he's turned it into a podcast. He has a guest on, and they talk about Minecraft and walk in a straight line. Hey, Berries, we're talking about Longdeath right now. But this past week, I had Tekid on my podcast, and after the podcast recording set part was done, we just sat there in a voice call for like 3 hours and talked about Dwarf Fortress and business and things, planning about launching stuff and collaborations and shit like that. But I have this not plan, but idea. And my idea is pretty simple. What if I make Longdeath like Farlands or Bust a couple of months after release? By that, I mean, my hope is a couple of months after Premium is out, there will probably be more Dwarf Fortress creators, right? That will probably just be a thing. There will probably be more people streaming the game on the regular. There will probably be more people that are aware of the game. And there will probably be more people that are interested in talking about the game. And my idea is I turn it into almost a podcast where I just bring on another Dwarf Fortress person and talk about Dwarf Fortress for 4 hours. That's kind of my thought. I don't know if it'll end up working out that way, but that's what I've been thinking about over the weekend. Is just what if we just say fuck it and make it into a Farlands or Bust type thing? Like something that will finish eventually. It might take me 6 years, but we'll finish it eventually. I still plan on, like, we talked about Dwarf Fortress's birthday last stream, and I installed a very, very, very old version of the game and made sure it launches, and it does. So that's something that I still want to do. I want to go back and play old school DF, even if it's just for special events. But I think that, like, maybe this could work. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that a prospect that you go, yeah, that's neat? Although, admittedly, it would probably end up being like a pretty frequent cast of similar people. I need to take you out of this job. Let's make you into a tavern keeper because you are not doing well, Jimmy. So yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about doing with Longdeath going forward, is make it into sort of a just ongoing playthrough that has no real planned end and probably won't have a planned end, but I need to take a long break. I will need to take a long break from it. Like, it is something that is going to go on hiatus probably at some point this year for a pretty considerable amount of time, like 3 to 6 months, I would say. Banana the Third, I'm breeding through all the dwarves that are alive. Do It, Disco the Third, Bloodcat, Dragon, Zindros Arch II, Pilot Navy Rory, Jimmy Tibby, Radio Free Olive, who has recently returned, Tele B, Do It, Zetsuki, Whitcode, Paranoid Metroid, Blue Space Weeb, Hoshan, Stone, Tygo, Volleylol, Massive, Diamond Destruct, Cussy, Red Octobear, Merc, Lascoid, Malden, Anthony, Anonymo, Little M Katsu, and Letharticus. Those are the current dwarves that are alive. You'd watch it? I mean, I assume most of you will watch it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be pitching this. But if you guys have any ideas or feedback on that, like, format shift for this show or for this fort, let me know. Really? Like, you can just do it in chat right now or DM me or whatever. Doesn't matter. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you could leave a comment. Because, like, I want to finish this fort. This is something I want to finish. But I see finishing it as a harder task the more developed that the modern versions of the game get. Speaking of the modern versions of the game, I put up a video like at 6 o'clock in the morning today, which I edited last night, which was kind of funny because it's covering this post, right, from the 27th. Zach and Tarn have been alternating posts very consistently. Like, Zach puts up a post on Friday, and Tarn puts up a post on Monday. And I was like, well, I had this video all edited, and I was, or partially edited, and I was waiting to see if Zach, or if Tarn would post something, and he didn't. And then 10 o'clock rolled around, and so I finished editing this video, uploaded it, pushed it live with a little comment stating, I was waiting for Tarn to put up an update, but he hasn't yet, so I'm just going to kind of assume we're not getting one from him today. And then I went to bed. This morning, it was like 30 minutes after I went to bed. Fucking Tarn makes a post. So, was thrilled about that. But, you know, fucking Tarn, as per usual. But anyway, DeBerries, how's your weekend been? And Space Pirate, how are you? It's good to see you. Hope that you've been well. So, you're listening to a story. Who's telling what story? Squawk. The bronze pillars of Lemonation, the brilliance, ceased to be the sheriff of the eternal adventure of time in the year 72, and then later was elected mayor, self-described wizard. IR Stupid, how are you today on this fine day? Was a hell of a weekend. Anything particularly notable? I went on a long walk on a lovely day. Not yesterday, but the day before, on Sunday. I was supposed to hang out with a friend, but they weren't feeling well, so instead of hanging out, I went out to New West, wandered around. This is a old, reclaimed, I guess, rail yard. That's now a big park. They're building some more housing along next to it and extending the park, but like this is next to an old industrial complex. That's a meme that I posted. But yeah, no, this is one of the areas that I went for a walk in. Wandered around New West, which is pretty close to me. Vancouver, it's a nice city. Yeah, this whole area used to just be a dead, empty gravel rail yard when I moved in to my current apartment. That was just like a nothing zone. There was nothing there. It was just like ruined, like knocked down and destroyed old cruddy rail yard shit. But now it's this beautiful playground and walking area and seating area. So I went and got a sunburn on my nose. It was a good time. Then I went downtown and walked around Stanley Park. Vancouver's cruise ship industry has started up again, which is weird. Like, the whole area where the cruise ships used to park, for the past 2 years has been a really nice place to walk because it was always very quiet and empty. And I could, like, just passively wander around the docks where the cruise ships park and just kind of enjoy the silence. And there never really was anybody out there. It was very nice. And now it's like, cruise ship industry's back. Yeah, you can't walk within like a kilometer of that dock now without just walls of tourists everywhere idling on sidewalks. It's awful. I hate the cruise ship industry. I get it that it makes a lot of money for tourism and it's kind of necessary for a lot of small businesses to keep running, but my God, it's annoying. But sounds like you had a good long weekend. I forgot that it was a long weekend until my mom reminded me. I was like, right, yeah, it's a fucking Memorial Day, right? First weekend in a long time that you were able to do absolutely nothing. It was wonderful. You had individual days, but not nothing but the whole weekend. Yeah, I did very little this weekend. I made and edited the podcast, which if you guys haven't listened to it, just for you Dwarf Fortress heads out there, this is the episode you should listen to because it has Tekid on it. Me and Tekid talk about Dwarf Fortress for 35 minutes. That being said, I did also section that piece of content out into its own video and is going up on the YouTube channel on June 2nd. So if you don't want to listen to it, it will be up on the YouTube channel separately. But that's the episode you got to listen to. Obviously not right now because it is 2 hours long. But on another day, for sure, if it's something that interests you. But I started some work on the interview that I did on Friday with one half of Punk Cake, the people who made Shotgun King. So that's getting worked on now. You're a novice waxworker. I'm gonna give you some actual jobs. Let's give you furnace operating and smithing. Let's give you some healthcare stuff. Let's give you... You know, carpentry is actually a pretty high demand job now, and mining. Does the mayor or king want anything? 2 crutches. We can wait a little bit. We'll wait until the elves have shown up to trade, I think. Wait, they're already here. We're gonna wait until late spring, I think. Gonna give them like a month in here. You know, someone should make a mod that just adds lurkers as a thing that can appear. Like someone needs to make lurkers a forgotten beast. And I would just imagine it as StarCraft lurkers, you know? Those guys that like dig underground and then like shoot spikes up when you walk near them. It's good times. But yeah, the other thing that I need to talk about is my list for my list of terrible tile sets has not been finalized yet for my birthday, and probably won't be. And I'm also assuming things are good to go. We'll potentially have things added to them. So if you would like to find a horrible tile set or make a tile set for me, just get them to me by my birthday, ideally. I was very confused. I was like, Obi-Wan? For a second there, I thought that you were telling me that the actor who plays Obi-Wan Kenobi was streaming on Twitch. And I was about to say, if he's streaming like Star Wars Jedi Knight or Jedi Knight 2, I'm going to end stream right now and go watch that shit. But I understand what you mean now. It took me a second. I'm very disappointed that Ewan McGregor is not streaming on Twitch because that'd be worth reading. That would be legendary. I mean, it's just like that. So I know a person who works in film. They work as an agent out of the Bay Area in LA. And they're personal friends with Benedict Cumberbatch's agent and the agency that runs him or books him and gets him gigs. And as of the last time I went to a TwitchCon, which was 2019, was still actively trying to get a paid sponsored event on the Twitch front page where he plays World of Warcraft, because apparently Benedict Cumberbatch has like 12 World of Warcraft accounts or something. So that maybe one day will happen. God, that would be incredible. I would cancel my stream if that was happening just to watch that shit. So the entertainment industry is small to be raid ready. Considering the time investment that it takes per character to be raid ready. Who says he's raid ready? You don't know that he's raid ready. The thing that I wonder about celebrities playing video games is like, do they use a voice changer? Like, you know, if you're playing video games and then suddenly you run into Seth Rogen and you're just like, I know that voice. It's like, do you think they use a voice changer, or do you think they just never go on voice chat? It's like you're playing Dota and you're playing against and Seth Rogen's on your team and just you're just like, what the hell? I know that laugh anywhere. I know that crazy Canadian who likes good donuts. God. So another thing that I've planned for this week is I received key for a game that I've been looking forward to, but I've been waiting for the full release. I have a copy of Unexplored 2, which does only have mostly positive reviews, but that's fine. I want to play this game real bad. So we'll be playing some Unexplored 2 starting tomorrow afternoon. So not tonight because I won't have time, but tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. I might, if I like it, I might do a full day of it on Thursday, because we'll be doing Dwarfs on Friday. So, whoops, that's the wrong button. I'm going to be playing some of that this week. That's kind of the to-do list. And also, because I put up a video of it, and I've been playing more of it off stream. I played quite a bit yesterday while I was doing other things. World Seed is free-er to play. They made the free-to-play accounts much more open, so you can do a lot more in World Seed now without actually buying it. You can play the whole game now. You just don't have access to fast travel, and I think inventory is limited, but there's like some annoying small changes. There's like some annoying things that you have to deal with if you are free to play, but so if other people want to play World Seed, you can essentially play it for free now. But fast travel is a pretty big deal because like you'll end up pretty far out and it's annoying to have to walk back. But if anybody here wants to try World Seed, which is that little game that I put up a video on earlier in the week and streamed twice, if anyone wants to try it, it's now much more reasonable to do that. I think I might do World Seed and Records, or try that next week. Not this week, but next week. As like an evening thing. Like eat dinner, listen to records, and play World Seed for an hour and a half. Instead of going into just chatting at the end of the stream. Because I have been playing quite a bit of that. So chat, I have a very important question. Who's going to be the first person to take number 1 on that cheerboard? Just cost you 1 penny to get number 1. It's a big fancy badge. Streamer sellout's never going to go away totally. But, you know, that's streamer sellout for the second. I will also say, for anybody who supports the Patreon, or if you're planning on supporting the Patreon anytime soon, as of tomorrow morning, so June 1st, for the first 14 days of June, my annual patron tiers are going to be on sale for 16% off instead of the normal 6% off. So it's an extra 10% off. So if you want to subscribe to the Patreon for a whole year, you could get sound commands for like $70 starting tomorrow. For a whole year. So that is a thing. I do this every December and June is when I put them on sale. So, although the sale lasts longer in December. Yeah, you too can say tea Earl Grey hot. And another thing that I'm going to start doing, not this month, but next month, is those terrible emotes. And by terrible, I mean wonderful, like Crypt Burr, the follower emotes. Those, I'm going to start doing a poll. So it'll be 2 polls. Poll number 1 is going to be which one we remove, and then poll number 2 is going to be which one we add. And it's going to be the last week of every month. So every month we're going to have a poll, and the least popular one is the one that gets removed. And then I'm going to do a second poll with ones that we have that are new. Or alternatively, I will just swap it out for something else. I don't actually know which one it's going to be just yet. What are you doing? Why are you so thirsty? I don't have dwarves that are like starving to death in weird places, do I? Nope. Weird. But yeah, that's the plan for that. Chat votes to remove Crypt Burr. You know, Crypt Burr, has skyrocketed into my second most popular emote in my chat. So there's like two sections of popularity for emotes. There's the most used emotes in your chat and the most used emotes in other chat. The most used emotes in other chat are these three: Crypt Beer, Crypt Wave, and those are the most used in other chats, but the most used in my chat are Crypt Burr, Crypt Beer, and Wave. Which I think is really funny. It's like Crypt Burr is all of a sudden like the second most popular emote in my chat. Which makes sense because, like, you know, they're free, right? Anybody who follows the stream can use them. But I just think that that's really funny that it skyrocketed into number 2, like, immediately. By the way, anybody who missed them, we now have 5 follower emotes. The follower emotes thing is open to anybody. If you draw a shitty, it has to be shitty. By that I mean no transparency. It has to be crappy resolution. If you draw an emote that is themed after my emotes, in MS Paint specifically, or I don't know, does Mac have an equivalent for MS Paint? I don't actually know. But MS Paint specifically, or Paint.net, I guess. If it with the worst JPEG compression, just send it to me. It has to be a perfect square. If you DM it to me or post it in the post art room on Discord and at me with it, I will add it to my little folder. And I will credit you with it if it gets voted in as a emote. So, you know, Animal drew Crypt Burr. Crypt High was drawn by El Naso. Yeah, so we're gonna be swapping them out periodically. Crypt Knockoff was drawn by one Stone in the chat. But yeah, they're gonna be like goofy variations or twists on, or they have to be goofy variations and or twists on my current emotes. Okay, we're into late spring. Shut this off and go get the mandates done. We also want pics. Okay. Legendary animal trap? Artifact or like just a legendary animal trap? So speaking of legendary animal traps, chat, did you guys see that post that raids are going to be like the goblins are going to demand or have the option to demand an artifact instead of attacking you when they raid you, which I'm super keen on. I think that's really, really cool, actually. So that's something I've been asking for forever. An artifact animal trap. Hey, at least there's something you can use that for. Hey, Unreal 2K, what up? I will keep streaming DF. No reason to stop. We've been at this for years. Why stop now? Cheers, dude. But appreciate you. Lurkers are what make the world go round. But yeah, no, I'm like very keen on that. I'm also like, Zach and Tarn have teased a lot of stuff. Like, I'll make a video on Zach's post soon, or not Zach's, on Tarn's post soon as well. But where was the actual thing that he said? Difficulty stuff that Zach mentions. Zach mentions lots of new things, old behaviors, triggers, and scales and caps, and we added for irritation of the underground caverns. So like we can make the underground caverns really peaceful or really scary, which governs forgotten beasts. Also, apparently difficulty and frequency of attacks and stuff is going to be on a fort by fort basis. So when you embark, you can change all that stuff. Hey, Wilmer, it's me. I'm also really excited about the hotkey changes. They've changed, like, you can automatically jump to the deepest layer that you've dug to, and you can also jump up to the ground layers. So instead of like having like the 16 hotkeys that you can set for any layer as you want, you'll have 2 default ones, which will jump to the highest layer that you've built to and the deepest layer that you've dug to, which is also really neat. That was fast. Is it still going? Yeah, it's still going. I mean, I'm not playing it today, but it's still going. The Stupid Lake is still definitely going. First VOD of that, I think, goes up on YouTube tomorrow. Yeah, first VOD of that goes up tomorrow. We will be playing that tomorrow as well. First VOD of that goes up tomorrow, and I'll be playing it tomorrow. Processing plants. We just need to make one more pick. Who's making that pick? Saigon is. You seem to like your new job. That's good. It's that stupid lake. Absolutely. I was going to say, that was a very quick Costco trip. I mean, I'm gonna respond to your question with a question. How's the frame rate look? It's pretty good. I mean, it varies. The lowest it'll go is maybe like mid-20s if there's like a lot of traders and a lot of birds flying around. But it usually averages in like the 40s. It's perfectly playable. No issues. But that's because of like low population. If I crank this population up to full population, but like you're watching right now. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Worried about this dwarf. Hang in there, Radio Free Olive. Didn't you get into the sub-teens with one of the volcano bases? Oh, I've definitely fucked my frame rate many times. Absolutely. Like, there's many ways to screw your frame rate, but this fort's fine. But that's not relevant. That one actually, yeah, that one was bad because, like, I bugged the whole map, though. Because I re-embarked on it twice. What year are we on? 400! Which means, so I might as well reiterate the thing that I talked about earlier because we're currently on 400. Yeah. Well, 395 for the fort, 400 for the world year. So I'm going to reiterate some stuff that I talked about earlier. Longdeath is going to need to take a break because it is highly likely that Premium will release this year. When Premium releases, I'm going to take a break from Longdeath. And I don't know how long it'll be. It'll be anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months. It really depends on the amount of excitement that Premium gets. And like if Premium comes out and just goes flip and nobody cares and my stream doesn't grow very much, it'll come back really quick. But if Premium comes out and it's the biggest thing since, I don't know, since the concept of video games existed, or became a thing that existed, and everybody is streaming it, then it's this Longdeath is going to be gone for a while. But when Longdeath comes back, because it will, one of my thoughts / plans and or goals is I would really, I do mean really, like Longdeath to kind of end up becoming something like Farlands or Bust, which is a Let's Play that used to be daily and now is, I think, once a week, where the guy who's doing it basically just walks in a straight line in Minecraft for 30 minutes once a week. It'll be longer than 30 minutes. We'll probably keep it like the 5-6 hours. But Farlands or Bust has basically become a podcast at this point. And my hope is that Premium will bring a lot of new creators to the game and have a lot of other people playing it. So what I'm thinking is, instead of just sitting here and streaming Longdeath by myself, I will invite other Dwarf Fortress creators to come and talk to me, and talk with me while I play Longdeath, making it more of a like Dwarf Fortress-y show and less of a I'm just gonna sit here and ramble about whatever's. So that's kind of the plan for Longdeath, is make it into more of a show instead of the current. Well, we're gonna, watch dwarves walk around for 6 hours. Because it's not gonna be compatible with Premium. Unless there's a lot of user mods available. Even then, I think it's rather unlikely that it will be playable in Premium. Biggest thing since grilled cheese sandwiches. Sliced bread's overrated. You know, everybody always talks about that. Literally, Tarn makes improvements to every single release. Every single release of Patty. And I say that, like, the difference between Dwarf Fortress 4 years ago and then this version is like 10 frames a second. Like, Dwarf Fortress gets massive improvements with every patch, so. And you have a good reason to just listen to the vids. I mean, there'll still be gameplay, but gameplay's been secondary for a while in Longdeath. All right, go buy all your stuff from Costco. Do your weekly shopping sessions. Like I said, I will be off early tonight. We'll only be on for about 8 hours today. Maybe it'll speed up the simulation a la Songs of Six and you can finish it in an afternoon. Doubtful. Because, I mean, maybe if, what's the word I'm thinking of here? Maybe if we get quantum computing available for, you know, layman's like me, just, you know, your average user of computer stuffs. Perhaps if quantum computing becomes available and we can make a quantum tunnel that teleports a piece of software forward in time by like 4 years, then sure. An afternoon, I see that as very unlikely. Are you satisfied when... That does have to be any other parents. You know what? I'm going to let you be a scholar. Take that other dwarf's job. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm right there with you, Mapedi, and I think that that's probably the majority of this chat, right? Like, the majority of the people watching this stream are probably like, yeah, Premium's cool, but I want it to be done so that Tarn gets to go work on cool shit. And I'm very much with you. Like, I completely agree. That being said, at the same time, the thing that's more important than... That is a lot of amulets and earrings. Holy shit. This is all rings. All rings. Dwarf Fortress is going to grow considerably when Premium is released. Like, I've been looking at some... I was looking at stats again the other day. And it is highly likely... like, to give you an idea, right? Like, I always love to pull up the SteamDB stats. But you guys know V Rising, right? The new hotness that everybody's on and on and on and on and on about and nobody shuts up about. Anyway, there's 100,000 people playing that game right now. 100,000 people playing it. They have 122,000 followers on Steam. 122,000 followers, right? This game was like the 2,000th most wishlisted game and had about 30,000 followers before release. Like, before their first beta, they had just below 10,000 followers before their first beta, because their first beta was in September, and I remember when that happened. And some people were like, man, this game's all right, and it bumped up, and then it's like they gained some hype, and then voomp, right? Dwarf Fortress isn't out yet. It doesn't even have a release date. And Dwarf Fortress has almost as many followers. There's 100,000 people playing V Rising right now. There's 100,000 people playing V Rising right now. It's statistically impossible for Dwarf Fortress to not grow ridiculously quickly. That's just kind of a fact. It's going to happen. So, yes, Premium is cool and all, but have you ever tried Myths and Magic? I'm looking forward to Premium. Premium is going to be interesting. Sorry. Premium is going to be very interesting. However, it is highly likely that it's going to grow the game considerably. $8 million people? Maybe not 8 million people, but like there will probably be 20,000 people playing Dwarf Fortress at launch. That is perfectly reasonable to assume. Anyway, game's saving, so we're into summer. I mean, if that alone doesn't excite you, then I don't know, man. Because I am so excited by the prospect of Dwarf Fortress growing that much. Just because, like, I just want to see this game grow. Did we, no, we didn't. We still need, okay, I need 2 more picks. Iron pick. Nope, the cat meme's gonna come back. Like, that's gonna be the most upvoted Steam review, is gonna be like, all my cats died in my tavern. Although that being said, a masterpiece cat fat roast is more valuable than a golden sword, so there's probably some truth to that statement, to be honest. It did actually, because the cats all died, animals. So you can't say that it will never die because they all died already. I think there have been a lot of people who like watching DF, but the UI has driven them from trying DF. There's not that many people who watch DF right now. And the reason I can tell you that for fact is I have 48 viewers. And there's one other channel streaming Dwarf Fortress right now with 1 viewer. If a lot of people liked watching DF, there'd be 80 channels with 1 viewer streaming Dwarf Fortress, 3 channels with like 40, 3 channels with like 80 to 100, and 1 with like 1,000. If people liked watching Dwarf Fortress right now, and that was the only barrier, there'd be a lot more people watching right now. And I can say that because like there are games there are games on Twitch that people like watching but don't like playing, and they consistently have a couple thousand people watching. Those games exist. People have to be able to generally people won't watch a game unless they play it, unless they're interested in purchasing it. And currently with Dwarf Fortress, nobody's interested in purchasing it because it's free. And the main audience for Dwarf Fortress right now is information about the version that they'll be able to purchase. So I think that there are a lot of people who will like watching it once that version is available, but it's kind of a moot point until it's available. GeoGuessr has quite a large player base, Animal. Quite a large player base, actually. I mean, YouTube video. There are definitely some popular Dwarf Fortress YouTube videos, right? Like, I think that's one of the areas where Dwarf Fortress is popular, but a lot of those videos are really old, and they're not very common, and there isn't a lot of them. Like, if you go to a popular Dwarf, if you go to a game like, let's just say, Binding of Isaac, right? And you just type in Binding of Isaac build, I don't know, guide. The first video I see has 300,000 views, and it was uploaded 5 months ago. 17,000 views 11 months ago. 1.8 million views uploaded 6 months ago. 8 months ago, 146,000 views. These are all on different channels. 1 year ago, 240,000 views, right? If you go to Dwarf Fortress guide. Okay, so there's Nucrium from 2 years ago, Krug Smash from 3 years ago, DOS Tactics playlist that hasn't been updated in a couple of years, Tekid, and then Tekid, and then Nucrium, and then me, and then a video that's completely unrelated, and then RimWorld. Now I'm getting completely... Oh, there's a Sal video, me, Tekid, DOS Tactic, me, an Idle Thumbs video from 8 years ago, me, a Splattercat Gaming Dwarf Corp video, another Nucrium video. Like, there's like 3 of us. You're away? All right, we'll see you when you get back, Bummer. But yeah, no, like they're really when I joke, like when people are just like, "Yay, you stream Dwarf Fortress," and I joke, "There's dozens of us." It's like kind of not a joke. There's maybe like a dozen people that actively create content for Dwarf Fortress, maybe, and a lot of them are really small, myself included. I'm not a big creator, right? I'm successful and I make a living, but I'm not big, right? Premium will change that, hopefully. I mean, to give you an idea, we have 45 people watching right now. That is horrendous. It's terrible. Horrible. It's awful. The only days that I do well are days that my team raids me. Like, if I, like, the number of channels that I know on Twitch that have had to stop streaming full-time because they can't get above, like, 60, 70 viewers, quite a few. Even a few in the past year. Like, it is difficult to make a living on Twitch, and it is difficult to make a living on YouTube. My YouTube channel, yeah, it looks like it's big and growing, right? My YouTube channel makes me like $200 Canadian a month, which is like kind of nothing. Like, yeah, it sounds like a lot of money, but that I can't live off that. My Patreon does pretty well. You guys are very generous, but that, again, my Patreon doesn't cover my rent. Right? So, like, between my Patreon and my YouTube channel, I cover my rent. Almost. I don't cover my phone bill, my internet bill, my gas bill, my water and heating bill, or my gas bill. Although my gas bill is, like, nothing. It's, like, $8. So, because, like, I don't use the gas heating. Twitch is where I make up the rest of the revenue, but that's because I'm a pestery, annoying twit. If I didn't have the weekly goal and I didn't annoy you guys about it constantly, I don't think I'd be doing this full time. Like, it's kind of a fact. So it's I hustle, and if I didn't hustle, I wouldn't be doing this full time. IR Stupid, thanks for the $1. I appreciate you. My daily revenue after 2 hours of stream today is now up to about $3. Thank you. You're gonna sub to my Patreon now? I mean, like, to be clear, right? This month on Twitch, I've made just over $1,000 US, right? Which, after transfer rates, is about $1,200 Canadian. But then I need to pay taxes on that, so it's about $900 US is what I've made in the last 31 days on Twitch, plus the $517 or whatever I get on Patreon, plus the like $200 I get on that I also get on YouTube, plus if I get sponsorships or tips. It's like, I'm not broke, to be clear, but I'm also not thriving. Like, rent ain't cheap. Like, my internet is $210 a month. So it's like, I don't know. I'm not complaining, to be clear, but I'm just saying that at the end of the day, when it comes to streaming this game, I'm kind of at the top, at least on Twitch. I mean, yeah, Nucrium is a bigger channel than me, and he streams the game occasionally. And there's a few others who get better numbers than me who stream the game occasionally, but they're not here multiple times a week, right? Absolutely. No, totally, Stone. Like, that's very much where it is right now. Like, right now, I'm the USA and America. I like how you said the same country twice. You said America and America. There you go. You unfucked it. That's like saying Europe and Europe have really bad internet prices. Speaking of bad internet prices, hi, Frog. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you pay less for your internet than I do. But like I'm at that stage on, like, as a creator where I'm not broke, but I have no future. So, you do not? Wait, you pay about the same for internet? Fair enough. Hey, we get to trade with humans. Huh? They say. But thanks for the $1. Congratulations. In the last 2 minutes, you doubled my daily revenue. It's just that Twitch is not that profitable unless you do variety content, but that's also a gamble. Not to be mean, Don Caribou, but I'm going to be mean. You have no idea what you're talking about. Twitch isn't profitable unless you have a community that's dedicated to supporting you. Does not matter what you do. One of the most profitable channels I know streams one game. Don't worry about the trains unless somebody else starts it, right? You need a third person for there to be a train. Otherwise, you'll start it and it'll just sit there and it'll end. Investments are open though, if you want to invest your tickets. But yeah, no, it's got nothing to do with what you stream, Don Caribou. It's got everything to do with the people that watch. You need coffee? Me too. I have it. So, Lump, those emotes are drawn by fans. If anybody draws a shitty version of one of my emotes in MS Paint and DMs it to me, it's going to be added into the Patreon polls starting next month. So once a month, I will be doing a poll where we remove an emote, and I will add in a new one, and we will have some rotation. Those are the follower emotes, so they're free. Anybody can use them. But hi, Lump, how are you? You love the emote contest? I mean, we need the worst emotes, right? But they have to be, like, recognizable for what they're supposed to be. My favorite part of the burr emote is that it's like it was paid scribble burr exclamation point. The exclamation point really makes it. How's the week going so far? Pretty chill. I mean, it's my birthday on the 3rd, which means I still need you guys to send me more bad tile sets. Yes, but we're not talking about higher average, right? We're talking about income. Income doesn't have much to do with average viewers. I make more money on this site than people that have multiple hundreds of concurrent viewers because I pester you guys and I'm consistent. Like I know a channel that averages 200 viewers and very rarely ever gets above 200 subs. Yeah, I turned 28, which means it's the annual charity day. So we're not talking about average concurrence. We're talking about income. But when it comes to, like, average concurrence, it's like streaming popular games doesn't necessarily mean you'll have more people show up. The thing about I did the stream the popular game thing for about 2 years, right? Find the most recent game that's coming out that's got excitement behind it and play that for 3 days. And then go on to the next one. I did that for years. 3 things I'll say. Number 1, if you look like me and you're not particularly attractive and you don't stand out much, nobody gives a shit. That's number 1. Number 2, the only days that I did particularly well were days where I got raids from friends. So my growth wasn't based on the quality of I'm not even talking about RimWorld era. I'm talking about, like, between RimWorld and Dwarf. The quality of the content that I produce and the entertainment value that I put into my content and the effort that I put into my content doesn't fucking matter at all. We need to change my mayor off of this. You know what? Do it. You get to be my broker for a little bit. Let's see how you do. I'm not saying that I'm not, but I'm not. There's nothing about me that stands out. Does that make sense? Right? Like, I'm just another dude on Twitch. There's a lot of dudes on Twitch. if that makes any sense. Like, I'm not saying I'm ugly or anything, but I don't stand out, right? I'm just another guy on Twitch. And if I had $1 for every guy on Twitch, I'd have at least, well, I could retire. So, like, we are the vast majority. Just another guy on Twitch. So when I'm playing mainstream popular content, I blend in with the crowd and don't stand out at all. And I did that thing where I played the popular new releases every week. One, it's exhausting to find those games and get key for them, or you have to buy them, which is not fun because often they get expensive. And then what ends up happening is instead of being an interesting creator who creates entertainment for an audience and promotes things that deserve promotion, instead of being that, you very quickly become part of the industry's marketing, which doesn't feel good. Yes, absolutely. Don't care. It's very complicated, and it depends on your dedication and the way you market yourself, right? It's like, I don't like just being part of the industry's marketing. That doesn't feel good to me. Maybe, like, I could see a world where it did. Let's try Whitcode. Do you want to go trade for me? That'd be cool if you did. But I don't feel good about being part of the industry's marketing machine. Like, every now and again, I will go, like, grab a game that I'm interested in and play that, but I found very quickly after trying to do that, one, people don't naturally come to my stream. They go to the stream with the most views, and so I have to suck up to everybody and, like, you know, they call it networking, right? But in reality, it's not networking. It's you have to suck up to everybody and pretend to be everybody's friend and watch everybody and network with everybody and raid everybody and become more generic in order to do well in that side of the industry. And it's not a side of the industry that I enjoy. But as me, I get to be valuable to a community. I get to actually provide things to a community, right? Instead of just being another person cranking out content about the most recent Devolver Digital game, which doesn't need the views that I put into things anyways. Well, think about it this way. Imagine there's a street, right? And this street is famous for its Italian restaurants. You can either be another Italian restaurant, and you are a restaurant entrepreneur. You can either make open up your newest Italian restaurant on the street, or you could start a taco place. You don't know how to make tacos, but if you learn how to make tacos, you'll stand out. That's how I treat this industry. I could go just jump into the industry's marketing machine, or I could learn how to make tacos. I don't know if that analogy makes any sense. Why the fuck all my forts are, why the fuck all my forts? Why the fuck all my forts? That's a sentence. Why the fuck all my forts are, asymmetrical paradise, and why the hell can't I abandon symmetry? What? Are you saying why can't you abandon symmetry? I don't know. That seems like a you problem. Cowardice, perfect. Nailed it. But yeah, that's like the difference between me and like the majority of this industry. And you know, there are other channels like me out there, right? I could just start naming channels, but actually here's a really good example. Admittedly, he had some help from people in the past that made him a lot bigger, but Russ Money is a really good example, right? Russ Money is objectively a very large channel, right? Whenever he streams, he sits at an average of like 200 to 700 viewers, right? He streams like 4 or 5 times a week. He streams random ass indie games and Space Station 13, which is very Dwarf Fortressy in its community, right? The size and scale of its community, the age that it's been around for, like, Space Station 13 is a known game, but it also only one of the human factions showed up to trade, by the way, Stone. And no Royal Treasurer. Yeah, no Royal Treasurer. Anyway, he streams Space Station 13, and he plays Dwarf Fortress sometimes and other very obtuse games. He has a much bigger audience because he used to stream with a crew of people that were headed up by a large YouTuber who doesn't create content anymore for reasons. Go look up Cryotic if you really care. But it doesn't make content anymore, so the fractions of that group still exist. And because of that, Russ can create extremely niche, interesting content. He could go and play the most popular game that comes out every week, and he'd probably be a lot bigger. But instead, he plays the games that he's interested in. And thus, he limits his potential growth, but at the same time is just existing. That's the kind of channel that I am, right? Another example of it is like Disnoff, where it's like, he's the RimWorld guy. He does really well on RimWorld and games that kind of fit that similar aesthetic and style of game. But he's not going to play the latest release ever. People know what kind of content he creates, and they show up for that. He's not part of like the industry's marketing scheme as a whole, right? Like a really good example of a game that made creators a lot of money. Just let me grab this for a second, because I'm blanking on the name of the game. I know the name of the studio, so I can get it. Evil Genius 2. This game. Evil Genius 2. Has mixed reviews, very positive recent reviews because it's had some deep sales recently. But Evil Genius 2. That was a game I probably could have gotten a month early, but the stuff that I could talk about and the stuff that I could play was very, very, very limited, and the stuff that I could show on stream was very, very limited, and the version of the game that they were giving out to people was very, very limited. But you've never seen that game? Yeah, because I've never played it. But every single streamer that I knew for those 3 weeks was streaming the shit out of that game, and they loved it. Then the full game was released, and the rest of the game showed itself, and they all hated it. And a lot of people pre-ordered that game. A lot of people pre-ordered that game because of streamers. That's the reason I have no interest in being part of the wider marketing of this industry, is because it's often focused on selling games. It's not focused on critiquing games, and it's not focused on promoting interesting games that deserve it. It's focused on selling content. And could I have gotten more eyeballs if I played the crap out of that month? Possibly. But I took one look at that and I was like, this game seems sus. You know what? I was right. I mean, it's not, that game's not even AAA. That's like a AA game. It's like a mid-tier release, but you know, and that happens constantly. Like a game will be early, and then it'll release and it'll just kind of fall over. And I'm trying to do a little bit more of that with my YouTube channel, but even on my YouTube channel, I'm still avoiding stuff. Like most of the games that I've been playing on my YouTube channel are very cheap and small, or like free on itch and stuff. And it's like, I want to promote weird shit that I think's interesting. I don't want to promote stuff that doesn't need me. That's actually not true. But there is no needless bad-mouthing. You can't bad-mouth the game. You can't be like, man, this sucks, even if the game sucks. But you can critique it. My brain transferred space pirates and zombies to Plants vs. Zombies. You know, fun fact, the devs of that game went to my best friend growing up's high school at the same time. So I've probably met them, because I spent quite a lot of time hanging around my best friend's high school. But yeah, those guys are from the town that I grew up in. They're putting out a very RimWorld inspired game soon. The Spaz guys. Called Clan Folk. Yeah, you can't be like, specifically with most sponsored things, you can't be like, man, this is fucking garbage. Why would anybody play this shit? Like, you can't say that, but you can say, this UI element is making my eyes hurt. I wish that it was a different color. You can say that. So it's not quite a you can't critique it. It's a you can't badmouth it. There's a difference. But like, again, like you know, everybody jokes about like Raid Shadow Legends, but I'm just gonna like go to Steam for a second here, right? It's like, I could be streaming V Rising right now. That is, I think, still the #1 selling. Yeah, it's the #1 selling game on Steam. I could be streaming V Rising. I don't like a lot of things that studio has done in the past. They've done a lot of things that have burned me and made me feel not great. To the point where I don't really want to support them in any way. I could be sitting here and just streaming that. And, you know, would I have more people watching? Maybe. Would most of you be here? Probably not. I don't see that as being good for business, necessarily. I'd rather have, like, a consistent audience that I know versus walls of new people coming through every day, right? And walls of new people coming through every day, while theoretically can be good for business, it's bad for consistency. I prefer consistency. So it's like you kind of have the option of, like, do you want to have 500 people watching every day and 450 of them are different every day? Or do you want 200 people watching and it's 150 of them are the same people every day? I'd rather the second. Does V Rising have V-Bucks? No, but it does have lots of Morbius memes. I don't know how I got into this like fucking inside baseball talk, but here we are, I guess. Oh, you're cleaning. Okay. It's like, why is there a dwarf standing there? What are you doing? I mean, ironically, I would rather do a sponsored stream for a toilet cleaning liquid than a sponsored stream for a video game. Although at the same time, I'm kind of like this hypocrite here because I'm doing those 2 hours a week on Hyperstrange's channel, which is a paid thing, but that's super different because one, I don't need to like promote anything. Two, I'm just being paid as like hired talent. It's that, like, that in and of itself is a very different thing because yes, they are paying me to do that, but it's like I just show up with my gear like once a week and stream for them as like a paid actor sort of deal. I played a game with purple, pink, and green elements and an unreadable font. You had to stop watching that YouTube video. I put it in the background so you didn't have to see it. What game was that? What was the game with purple, pink, and green elements? Like, if you tell me the name of the game, then I'll know what you're talking about, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, Void Prison is like the only thing that I can think of that had pink. I don't know. Is there any reason I don't really anymore? I got bored. Like, it's kind of that simple. Two things happened. Twitch cracked down on music copyrights very heavily, and that kind of ruined it for me. And also, I got bored. Thing number one is I got bored. Thing number two is Twitch cut down on copyright stuff. Also, like, some of the people that would pop into my chat while I was playing that game were really annoying. It was the last time where it was either that or like the online radio stuff, right, Animal? It was like the last game that I played actively where occasionally someone would pop in and just be like the worst kind of person. And you know, like, I'm not a car person. I'm not a motor vehicle person. I'm not even like a car tech person. Do not like that. Oh, Dead Zone. Yeah, that game does have a pretty shitty font. But I wouldn't say it's unreadable. But that's fair. I'm sorry that you felt that way. I liked that game. I'm looking forward to playing the full version. Although I really hope they put in a better font, because that font is rough. But yeah, no, actually, speaking of shitty fonts, I have something to show you guys. Just give me a second. I want to show you guys something. This is amazing. So this is Ruin or Victory, right? By Wedge End Games. Ruin or Victory. It's $30. It has one review, which says it's good. I really like this game. It's an in-depth compared to other RTS games. The controls aren't tedious. Okay, first off, this looks like a Flash game that somebody made in for free on Addicting Games. But you look at this font. Just open up the Steam page for this game, Ruin or Victory. Look at this font. It's literally unreadable. Yeah, exactly. Like this, sure. Like this looks like somebody's first pet project that they did for fun, right? Or like a student project or something, right? This isn't. This is legit somebody's dream game, right? And I was looking at this and I was very perplexed that this is $30 and it has a demo and everything. And I was tempted to install the demo, but I went over to the community hub because I was like, is anybody talking about this? And then this person asks, UI request, option to change font. Hello, I was wondering, is there any option to change the font to one which is more easy to read? I have trouble knowing at a glance what the UI is saying. And the developer, no. The custom font is based on real medieval handwriting and is a significant part of the UI's style. While it takes a little time to get used to it, using a standard font would make the UI look bland. It would be very time-consuming to change every text element and font size and position depending on the font's height and width ratio and spacing and required size for readability. The font is designed with a 3:1 fixed ratio per character to work with the game's UI layout and size and many icons used. And what needs to be shown horizontally on 16:9 screens. Bruh. Have you looked at your own font for a minute? Sorry, I saw this and I cried laughing. I was like, oh my word. Whole lottie. I feel bad mocking that, but man, that is just too fucking funny. I don't think it's a scam. I think it's somebody who thinks that they're way better at what they're doing. Yeah, it's definitely somebody's envisioned dream game. Yeah, Dank Penguin. Also, hi, Dank Penguin and Reinhardt. How are you? Good luck with localization, then. No way to change the font. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely no chance of you translating that game into Korean. See, here's the thing, though. Cruelty Squad is art. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that that is art. Cruelty Squad is actually an art piece, though, that wasn't intended for people to buy. I wish I could play Cruelty Squad. Watching streams of that game makes me nauseous. Maybe I should make a video about that titled possibly the worst font I've seen in a video game or something. See if I get the developer in my comments talking about their artistic integrity. Although I have to be careful with stuff like that. They might just content strike me. This game only works with my custom screen reader, which uses the accent of a medieval peasant. Absolutely. Naturally. Occasionally you stumble upon a small one-man game on Steam that costs $50 or something that certainly has some self-esteem to say. Yeah, and they're always RTS games for some reason. There was a game that has support for Wiimotes. Wait, Space Organ Trading Simulator has Wiimote support? Hold on. I own a Wiimote. Actually, technically, I have two. This game. Right? Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. I've been thinking about streaming this, but I feel like it would be a rough one to stream. Apparently, like, the developer of this game actually put out a really interesting, or it was like one of the, because it's two people who made this game. One of the devs put out this very interesting, very long article about the mental toll of researching the illegal organ trade in real life as research for that game, and also learning about all the different parts of the body that they could sell and the value based on what body part it was. Basically, doing research for that game put such a mental toll on the development team that they all had to like go on a several months long sabbatical after they finished it. Like, they had to take a break from development and patching and everything. They're just like, they all needed a break. It was Connect? Oh, well, that's pointless. It is still wild. Yeah. I mean, games should have Comic Sans support because it's a dyslexic-friendly font, but there's better dyslexic-friendly fonts these days. These Comic Sans can be justified for dyslexic players. Yep. Uh-oh. Radio Free Olive is throwing a tantrum. Trying to attend a meeting. That's fine. There's literally nothing wrong with Comic Sans. It's just like people being mean because it looks dumb, and yeah, it looks kind of silly, but I mean, if you like using Comic Sans, there's no hate. And if someone like gets mad at you for using Comic Sans, they need a hobby or something. Yeah, that, or at the very least, games, if they have a very stylized fancy font, should have the very stylized fancy font alongside of, like, you know, New Times Roman or like something, and then like a dyslexic friendly font. Like, every game should ship with 3 fonts at this point. Like, and we're beyond to the point where they shouldn't. Right, so 2 points of disorderly conduct against Radio Free Olive. There you are. You get a beating? Come on, put him in prison. Using yellow characters on a blue background. I mean, you can do that stylistically and make it work. It just depends on the shade of yellow and the shade of blue. Yeah, but like the easier it is to make video games, the more people you'll have making terrible decisions. And this is just kind of a fact. Well, let's swap you from a tavern keeper to scholar position. See if that's better for you. Oh, jeez. Oh, is that just you getting beaten? Yeah, it's you getting beaten by Zitsuki. That's fine. Horse bends the neck, tearing apart the skin. Oh. The captain of the guard punches the scholar in the 4th finger, in the right hand, tearing apart the skin and bruising the muscle. The horse bends the left hand, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat. Imagine getting punched in the finger so hard that it breaks your wrist. But not your finger. So. Well, I mean, just as an example, this game has a lot of yellow and blue, and it's perfectly readable. It depends on the coloration used. But like then it changes as you get deeper. I say that because I played a bit of that on Sunday. And it's like at the front of my brain. I'm like, that game is blue and yellow. Very pleasant. I mean, like, it's almost like aesthetic design is like a full-time job. What do you mean about, what stockpile type? In furniture? Like, so are barrels. Nope. Certainly not furniture. I wonder if it's in the, Strange. Are you trying to make like a bucket stockpile specifically? God, I can't wait for all this stuff to be redone. Yeah, I don't know, Stone. Oh, there they are. Yeah. There they are. They are in furniture. They're right between bins and anvils. Can you get a round of beers for breaking your record and surviving 9.5 hours in hardcore Minecraft? Hell yeah! Good for you! Burr's never going to be added as a specific thing. You have to type in beer still. Crypt Burr, the emote, will pop up a beer, but I'm not going to add Burr as an option. No, the only reason so many variations of the word beer work is because that emote you have to pay for, whereas Crypt Burr, you just got to follow the channel. So I need to have some incentive for people to follow this stream. Come on. And Sock Smell just likes to not listen and do the opposites. What's up, Vin? How's things? Do you still have that image of the various dwarven curse words? Because if you do, you should send that. I mean, I could dig through my Discord and find it, but you should send that. Reeb. Quit reebing me. You should send that to Tekid. Because on the most recent Halcyon podcast, he was talking about adding swear words to Dwarf Fortress in combat logs. Dwarf punched the imp while the imp was in the air. Yeah, that can happen. Knocked the imp up and then smacked him. Fire imp. Hold up. Let me pause the game. The engraver punches the fire imp in the left leg. The engraver throws the fire imp by the thumb and the right hand, and the engraver's a thing, and then punches the fire imp. I mean, well, yeah, I can see it. Dwarves don't have a word for beer. They also don't have a word for dwarf. I love how that's the answer that nobody expected. There is no word for beer for dwarves in Dwarf Fort. Yep. Their language is questionable and limited. That doesn't translate to beer, though, does it? What? I thought that there wasn't one. Nope, you are correct. There is indeed one. But there is no word for dwarf. I'm not going to add that. So just don't ask, please. Actually, if somebody tips me $15, I will add that to my bot. I think that that's silly, and I don't think that it benefits anybody to have, because nobody knows it. Considering all of you people who talk about, you know, Dwarf Fortress all the time don't know that there's a word for it, and I didn't know that that was the word for beer in Dwarf Fort. I don't see any reason to add it. The whole point of adding various languages is so that it allows more people who, you know, speak different languages to beer in their own language, but I don't think any dwarves watch this stream, so. Dwarf puss. That's a lot of pus. We need to make more soap, possibly. Nope, we got plenty of soap. Also, hey, my unicorn started having foals again. I kind of accidentally slaughtered all of my male unicorns a couple streams ago. So I had to buy one. We have baby unicorns again, so that's good. Yes, dwarves are featured in the stream, but they don't read chat. You know, honestly, if Urist Mick said something in my chat, I would freak out a little bit. That'd be weird. Although I look forward to the day where dwarves break out of Dwarf Fortress, similar to Moriarty in Star Trek, and get trapped in the internet. Looking forward to that day. How much Kimberlite do I have cut right now? Man, I'm so excited about those difficulty changes that, you know, Zach and Tarn have been talking about on the website, because, like, the current game, with the way stress is right now, is kind of a snooze fest. So I'm super duper curious. The one thing that really kind of bums me out about all of those changes, though, is it's like, on one hand, awesome. Difficulty sliders from fort to fort, that's rad. Sweet. That's great. Perfect. I want that. But it does beg the question. Does that mean that we will be able to change the difficulty mid-fort, or are we, like, locked into the difficulty once the fort's done? Once the fort's been embarked? Because if it locks us into the difficulty, I think that's going to kind of suck. Because currently, like, you can go into your game files and change it to basically anything within reason. You're a fan of Vin? Well, they're follower emotes, so anybody who follows the channel gets the ability to use them in the channel. And shoutouts to all the people who drew them. I'm surprised that no one has drawn a Crypt Debug or Debug knockoff. I don't get the joke, but sure. Freeways? Man, conversations have, like, gone in a really weird direction today. We started off talking about the future of Longdeath into Super Duper Dwarf in hiccups. Super Duper Dwarf's Inside Baseball. Mapetty, thank you very much for the $3. Cheers, dude. And until next time, take care of yourself. We'll be on tomorrow, but taking a relatively easy stream tonight, so I won't be on when you wake up like normal. Because I'm going to a concert tonight. Although it's kind of funny, like, concert ends at 10:30 p.m., which is pretty early for, like, a show of this sort, which I'm totally fine with because I'll be able to get home and get to bed by my normal bedtime, most likely. Like, I should be able to be home by, like, 12, which is about when I normally go to bed. So, pretty stoked about that, not gonna lie. Give me a nice patchy yellow. Well, I'm looking. Are you like your fantastic dining room? You felt gratitude after being able to rest and recuperate, triumph after starting a fist fight. Man, you need to join Fight Club, Dwarf. Be a lot happier if you could join Fight Club. I think we're gonna stand the desk up. Ah, the legs are stiff. Ooh. All right, before done standing up, I'm just gonna stretch my knees real quick. Real quick. Now that we've arisen to the occasion, remember to stand up and stretch when sitting at your desk for ages. It's good for your health. If you just sit the whole day for all eternity, your knees will hurt. Mine already do, so. Trying to keep them from hurting as much as they do. Man, I think something that's kind of annoying about this fort is they really don't like bringing these statues up here. They really don't. But we're gonna do some more statue placing. We're gonna try and get all of them placed and then make more. Anybody got any like summer plans for this year? Things that you're planning out in the future? Because I'm gonna be gone for a week at the end of June. I will miss a full week of streams because I'm gonna be going to Quebec to visit family. My little sister lives out there, so I'm gonna be in Montreal. So if you're in the Montreal area and you want to hang out, let me know and we can set up a day. Otherwise, I will be in Montreal for that week. So I will do my best to get stuff up on the YouTube channel for that week. In fact, I got key for a game yesterday that's small and interesting. That's gonna be going to early access during that week. So I already have some videos prepped for that week, but it's gonna be a couple smaller games going up around that time, and so hopefully I will have things for YouTube. But aside from that, very much looking forward to that trip. Also, a lot of the things that I'm getting for my birthday this year from family is just going directly into what's the word I'm looking for here? Is going directly into camping gear, because I have one friend that can drive, and me and my friend Kevin have basically just like kind of unanimously decided after snowshoeing all winter that we want to go backpacking. And there's enough spots that we can take buses to that we're like, yeah, we're going to do it. One of the ones that I think is really particularly funny is that there's a mountain that we really want to hike up, but there's no bus that actually goes up the mountain. There is multiple buses that go to the base of the mountain, but only one that goes up the mountain, right? But only one that actually goes up the mountain, right? And that one that goes up the mountain only goes up the mountain in the winter. So we've been like looking at it. We're like, well, what if we just take the bus to the base of the mountain and then walk the road up the mountain? We're like, well, how far is it? Google Maps it. It's only 12 kilometers. Only 12 kilometers. So we're like, all right, so the first leg of that hike up to the campsite is about 5 kilometers. The second leg of that hike, which you do after you sleep overnight, is about 18 kilometers each way. So it's like close to 40 if you do the round trip in a day. So we're like, you do like 20 and then like another 20, but like the first 12 is going to be up a road. Very much considering it. Hex Ranch, how are you doing? It's good to see you. But there's like plenty of spots where we can take like small like ferries and such over to those small islands and various places that we can go backpacking. So that's all of my summer plans pretty much, is just like end of June going to Quebec for a week, and then gonna just go backpacking, buy a bunch of camping gear and go backpacking. Camping gear is expensive, but sleeping bag, backpack, and tent seem to be the most expensive bit. Prices seem to drop after that. Things become more reasonable and doable. But Hex, what are you up to today? How was your weekend? How was your Monday? Hope your Tuesday is treating you, at the very least, well-ish. As well as, you know, any day could treat you in the current year, you know? "12 hours, damn. What were you cooking for? Was there an event or something? That's a long cooking session." West Coast, Vancouver trip, and East Coast in plan. Not sure which is first, though. It's like saying, I want to go up and down, but I haven't decided whether or not I want to go up or down. But, hell yeah. Oh, plan your sister's wedding? Hell yeah. Planning weddings is fun. What was the last wedding I went to? Last wedding I went to was before I moved out. I don't know what year it was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I know that I want to go up and down. I just haven't decided whether or not I want to go up or down. It's just, it's a very funny thing to say. It's like, I want to go to the West Coast and the East Coast, but I can't decide whether or not I want to go to the West Coast or the East Coast. It's a lot of distance. That's all I'm trying to say. Are you planning on driving across, or are you going to fly across? Trying to figure out if you're going to this wedding overseas. Overseas? Eesh. Flying. Driving always? Well, then that's like across the continent. That's more than just I'm going to the East Coast and the West Coast. That's a cross-continent trip. That's unfortunate, though. You might have to drive through Alberta. There's nothing in Alberta. This is very, very boring. And it is fall, I think. Looks like it. So, chat room. Have any of you guys been able to catch the 2-hour streams that I do for Hyper Strange once a week? Because if you haven't, follow that channel. Jupiter Hell, Mondays, 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. Pacific. Hyper Strange TV. You had a mood, Felon Terrible? What? Yeah, it's fun. It's kind of a different crowd, but it's fun. I hope that that channel grows a little bit so that the chat becomes more lively, but... Oh, Fallen Terror. I didn't even, like, process the fact that that was an A and not an E. Well, the humans have arrived. Did both of them arrive or just the one? Ah, they both arrived. Well, humans with our annual tributes for Longdeath. I'm going to take this opportunity while they're walking down to the base to go and urinate. I will be back in a moment. I beat him. Made it back. Blah. You like to drive cross country rather, you'd rather drive 8 to 10 hours than fly for 2 to 3 hours. It's kind of funny. Like my teammate Kiri just got back from her vacation and they flew and like she's in Austria, right? So in the middle of Europe. And they flew to their destination location because it would have been almost an 8-hour drive. Well, they flew. It's hard to tell what's going on. If you have questions about the fort, yell at me. I mean, this fort is currently 395 years old. We started on year 5. This fort was founded on year 5 of this world. The world is now 400 years old. So, or the world is now 400 years old. So, we've been running this fort for a while. So if you have questions about it, just yell at me. I wouldn't say it's super advanced. I mean, it's actually quite basic. It's just very big. This is very sprawling. Didn't most of the world have a holiday in the past 2 weeks? Although if you want to hear woes about flying, Frog, talk to Audio when he pops in here. He works in the airport industry, like maintaining the luggage lines. So he flies constantly for work. Like half the time he's in chat, he's like, I'm in a different part of the world now. It's like, oh, I just flew across the US. Oh, now I'm in a different part in the US. Like every time he's in chat, he's somewhere else. Although he's been home for a bunch recently, but when he's working, like, he'll be flying, like, multiple times a month. Got. All right, who next? Where you drove luggage? Really? Why would they drive? Why wouldn't they just, like, ship it? Now, is this, like, for short distances? Like, if somebody lost luggage, you'd fly it to the right city and then just drive it to them? Or was this like oh, if luggage popped up in New York and was supposed to be in LA, you'd drive from New York to LA? I know people need their luggage, but, like, you can overnight ship shit to people. I don't know, that just seems massively wasteful to me. But okay, so you would drive it within the same region. Okay, I mean that makes sense. I mean, it's like if it's within the same city, like that, or like within the same general vicinity, like within a 2-hour window, like that makes sense. But like, I thought they were saying that it's like, oh, it's like, you know, minivan, hours long route to deliver. As somebody who hates being in cars, it sounds like hell, but I can understand why someone would like a job like that. I mean, it's no different than like long haul trucking, right? All right, let's place some more statues. Heavy, heavy, heavy statues. Because, believe it or not, we've almost placed all of the statues. Almost. Wait, so you would show up regardless of the hour with their stuff? I mean, you'd think people would be happy to see you at 2 or 3 a.m., but, like, annoyed if you charged them. I mean, if this is like a complimentary service of, we fucked up, sorry, here's your shit, you'd think that, yeah, they'd be happy. Why? Would people, like, yell at you for showing up in the middle of the night or something? Because that seems like they need a gratefulness check to me. But, like, you fix the problem, right? I thought that... I mean, people will get mad at literally anything for any reason, so I'm not exactly surprised. It sounds like, Frog, you've got, like, some old stresses and annoyances from an old job that you need to vent, so vent away. Now I'm, like, curious, what is the worst interaction you had with a person that you delivered their lost luggage to? If I can ask. We're gonna make some lead statues. We're gonna make 300 of them. And they're going to be an existing image. 420 hemp plants. That's an image that I made. The rough city. Mm-hmm. Are your YouTube videos more game-oriented, or do you just upload Twitch VODs? I do a combination. I do usually about 1 Twitch VOD per day. I make videos talking about updates on games that I think are interesting, mostly Dwarf Fortress currently. and I record stuff for YouTube. So it's a mix of everything. I also do interviews that are made and edited for YouTube specifically. Like if I just open up my YouTube channel, it's like, that's a Twitch VOD. That's a video I made last night. That's a Twitch VOD. 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 That's a video that I recorded. Twitch VOD, video I recorded, video I edited. Twitch VOD, video I Twitch VOD, video I recorded. Twitch VOD, Twitch VOD, Twitch VOD, video I recorded. Twitch VOD, video I edited. Twitch VOD, video I edited. Twitch VOD, video I recorded, video I recorded. Twitch VOD, like I said, it's a combination of things. Recently, it's been Twitch VOD heavy because I did this Citizen Sleeper playthrough, but usually it's about 1 VOD per day, sometimes 2, but it's a mix. It's a better place to watch Twitch VODs than on Twitch, so. This is really neat. Sorry, I'm just looking at the DF subreddit. Hi, some of you may know I'm the weird guy that made the orchestral cover years ago to the Dwarf Fortress theme of Dwarf Fortress. Others may have seen my Dwarfy content from YouTube and are probably aware of this too. Recently, I made a similar cover for the menu theme, and I added it just to keep on going and creating music for Dwarf Fortress. But this time, original compositions inspired by the game, and they're calling this project Armok's Orchestra. The idea is to create a parallel soundtrack, more orchestral and epic, without losing too much of the spirit of the game for the future Steam version, or to use with the current version as well. The songs are available to use with Creative Content by license, meaning you can do whatever you want with them as long as you put your name in there somehow, if possible. That's neat. That's real cool. Armok's Quartet. I mean, I love the icon. Armok's Orchestra. Here's a link if anybody wants it. I'm gonna mute this. Dang. I don't know how I missed all that stuff. I'm gonna need to look at it a little bit more. Give it a like. Is it out on vinyl? Obviously not. It is on Bandcamp though. So there is that. Dwarves have arrived to trade, meaning you can get stuff moving. Let's see, what can I not sell? Picks, crutches, and low boots. You just got a Kakapo leather shield with an image of itself on it? I mean, naturally. The question, does the image on itself of itself have an image on of itself on itself? With an image of itself on itself within the image of itself? Within the image of itself. That's my very important question. Ooh, my knee just cracked. Stretching it in a weird way. It's not too happy about that. I've always wondered about that. Whenever there's an artifact with an image of itself on it, it's like, well, does the image of itself include an image of itself? Because it must, right? You know, it's kind of funny. I wasn't super excited about the Steam version for Dwarf Fortress, the premium versions. Wasn't super excited. Up until very recently. Because up until very recently, it's just been like, yep, new UI, some new features, cool. UI and some new features, cool. But now it's like, the last few updates that they've put out, I'm actually really curious to see what some of those new features are going to be. Like, just posts like, or statements like, Tarn talking about, I also played around with farming to shake up some patterns. Farming in the shallow soil layers far above the caverns is now no longer as viable, and farming in the cavern layers is as rich as usual. There aren't mechanical changes since we don't have the time to do anything sweeping and potentially destabilizing, but we're testing this as one of the many ways we're trying to make caverns more engaging. One of the reduced changes also aims to entice the player to get out there and explore a bit. Little things like that, you know? Little things like that. Like the being able to tweak the wealth triggers, talking about that elves are getting reworked to, like, this was on the 27th, right? Elves are getting reworked to make them more of a challenge, and the number of trees felled it takes to anger them has been greatly reduced, and their attacks are more deadly. I want to know how their attacks are more deadly and why they're more deadly, and I'm hoping it's something interesting. I know that that's like all speculation, but I hope that elves show up with fucking tamed dragons or some shit, you know? Like, that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, to, like, pay off the goblins with, like, an artifact. It's like, goblins show up and are like, give me! I cannot wait for the day that 250 goblins show up and are here to murder all of us, and then a leader walks out in front of them and holds up his sword and says loudly and proudly, give us your legendary sock! And we'll leave. I wait for that day. Cannot wait for that day. So excited. And then I can go attack them and steal it back naturally. Erdem Movar says, I am your post liaison. That's not a new name, is it, Stone? I don't think it is. Erdem's been around for a while, right? There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. I want your applewood crown dedicated with applewood. With images of apples and wood. What requests do you have of our merchants? Metal bars. Not cheese. I was going for cheese. Metal bars. Metal bars. Erdem's been about? Okay. I'll believe you, because I'm sure that you have better tracking of this than I do. Oh, Tower Lulls. Yeah, I do remember Tower Lulls. It was the non-translated name that I don't remember. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. They really want maces. And farewell, Taylor. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. Of course they will. Naturally. Let's sell him some maces. Why not? Do I not have any maces? Really? Right, well, next year. Oh, great. Radio Free Olive tantrumed. The spike of lulling? Yes. I do indeed remember this spike of lulling. But lulling is a pretty common term in Dwarf Fortress. It was funnier the first time I saw it. Now, Duber, which was the market in Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole, that was funny. That was funny. That was truly funny. That was genuinely hilarious. Hilarious. Also, chat, I like this comment because it was my intended outcome of this video. The first 3 seconds, my brain was getting a blanket, preparing for some imaginary tea for a chill talk about updates, accompanied by gentle guitar strings in the background, and then, hello everybody, it's your boy! That very much is how I start my videos. It's like, bah! Wake up! Why don't you put on a little makeup? It's very funny to me. Your brain keeps trying to read the white stuff in the stockpile as text. You need to rewire your brain. Wait until you're trying to read the pixel art in the premium version as text. Although I think that the most recent, silliest name for a thing in Dwarf Fortress that I've seen, animal, is definitely the Stupid Lake. Because it's just called the Stupid Lake. Like, no translation, nothing silly, no weird gobbledygunk in the middle. It is the Stupid Lake. The Stupid Lake. That's Stupid Lake. It is a very stupid lake because it rains repellent ooze all over it. So it's like half water, half repellent ooze. It's a haunted lake that rains vomit, basically. Or whatever repellent ooze is. Yeah, it's a sinister lake called the Stupid Lake. It's truly, truly, truly a stupid lake. It's like this lake that was close to the house that I grew up at, where I did a lot of kayaking when I was younger, and the Stupid Lake fort, the other fort that I have running, the lake that it's next to is called the Stupid Lake. That is the name of that lake, the Stupid Lake. But the lake that I grew up close to had this spot that was mud, right? It was like this dense mud where if you stepped into it, you'd sink like up to your neck and maybe die. It was very, 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 very like it looked like dirt from a distance, but you get up close and you're like, oh, that's bad. And then if you'd step on it, you just like immediately sink into it, right? It was like pretty dangerous. But in the winter, it would freeze over and it would look identical to the sand next to it. And the number of times I'd be like out on that lake kayaking or like wandering around that lake or hanging around that lake in the winter with a friend of mine. And this actually happened to our dog once too. A dog would just like walk over that kind of unknowingly, fall through the ice and then just vanish. It was kind of horrific to the point where they eventually put up danger, danger, quicksand like mud. Do not walk here. That's a pretty stupid lake. But I don't know any dogs that actually died in there or anybody that actually got hurt. But I definitely saw a few people fall to their neck in mud a couple of times in that lake. Oh, yes. No, this fort is not the Stupid Lake Fort. The Stupid Lake Fort is the Plank of Nations, which we'll be doing tomorrow. This is Longdeath. Longdeath is, like, right on the edge of a little mountain range. That's interesting. In the late autumn of 398, Belinair, Brassbench, was known to be in the Simple Library in Longdeath. What? Why would there a book called Belinair? These are all artifacts and various other things. Huh. What time do I start streaming? I stream about 9 a.m. Pacific until about 11 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But today I will be ending early. But yeah, I start at about 9 a.m. Pacific, so about 3 hours ago. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. But we're also going to be... This week's weird because I'm going to be ending early tonight because I have a concert to go to tonight, which I bought a ticket for back in 2019, which got canceled twice and delayed like 4 times for obvious reasons. And then this week we're also going to... That was weird. The seal did a strange thing. This week also on Friday, we're going to get a bonus stream because it's my birthday. Every year on my birthday, which is June 3rd, I do I don't do a bonus stream normally. Normally it just lands on a day that I stream, but I stream every year on my birthday and we raise money for charity. And it's between Juvenile Diabetes, JDRF, and Doctors Without Borders, MSF, this year. We generally, in the past few years, we've raised about anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 for the charity. And the way we do it is I stream to our fortress, we generate a brand new world, and then once I start the actual playing of the fortress, every X amount of dollars raised, we swap out the tile set to a worse tile set with a worse color scheme, right up until the point where I'm using a tile set that's just a picture of my face with some text on it. Every year. Every single June 3rd of every single year is my birthday. I know that might be a shocker to you, but yeah, no, a lot of streamers are just like, hey, give me a lot of money on my birthday. You can give me money and I won't complain, but the optimal outcome of my birthday every year is throw money at charity, please. Give it to people who really need it. That's my goal for my birthday every year. Because it feels kind of shitty to just be like, hey, it's my birthday, give me stuff. Because money's nice, but every year for my birthday, people always ask me, they're like, Greg, what do you want for your birthday? And I'm always like, donate money to charity for me. And nobody ever does it. So now that I do this job, I can actually make people do that. So. Oopsies. I closed the wrong tab. Crap. The year's sock of Dwarf craft ship highs quality. The sock woven out of adamantine sock is blessed by the deity of Eurist, god of dwarf's beer. Sock is encrusted with wagon wheel wood. You know, wagon wheel is a delicious candy or chocolate treat. So you say wagon wheel wood and I'm like, chocolate? So chat, you guys want to know something dumb? Something that I learned the other day after some Googling because of the podcast that I'm part of. Did you guys know that slaves to Armok, god of blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress has an IMDb page for some reason. I kind of wish that we could get a baron or a baroness in this fort. Why does it only have a 7.9 out of 10? Because only 11 people have voted on it. But it's in English, also known as Dwarf Fortress. AKA Slaves to Armok. But its technical specs are color. The storyline is interesting. It has a plot summary, which is a thing. I mean, but roughly half the population has one, so it's possible that someone also just is one. Yeah, so actually 2 people are. It has 6 10s, 2 9s, 1 8, and 2 1s. So, someone mad. Apparently it does, because like I can just click the edit button on any of these. I just think that the fact that somebody, like, what is this image? Exactly. This certainly isn't canon Dwarf Fortress imagery. You're voting now. Gonna go leave it an 11. What the fuck? Now one of my dwarves is the Bloody Queen? Sounds like a bunch of people just died back at your mountain home. That's what it sounds like, Stone. Wait, Code, you're not allowed to go get a drink. You're trading. Where'd you go? Oh, now you're gonna go sleep. Well, that's not good. You don't have the resources for this kind of luxury? Well, you need to figure it out now. Or you could expel them. You can expel royalty, right? You could just expel them. It was a fan art for a world someone talked about where an elf became a dwarven king and waged a series of brutal wars. I just think it's funny that according to IMDb, that is the canon plot synopsis. That's the part that actually amuses me more than anything, is like IMDb apparently has a canon plot synopsis of Dwarf Fortress, and it's barely related to Dwarf Fortress. That is my favorite part of that whole thing. But also, hi, Akray. I don't believe I actually said hello to you. What's up? Sorry, but every single dwarf in the Crimson Pulley Fort died, including yours. I like that the technical specifications are color. The weirdest thing to me about that post about Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Dwarf Fortress thing on IMDb is that it uses recent screenshots. It's like everything about that page is super out of date. Except the screenshots are like kind of recent-ish. It's like, it's a really old story with a really old fan art and very dated information. And then just like 2 of the recent, this is a pretty recent one. And this one, which is like not recent at all. Like this is just like the basic mock-ups of like what they wanted the premium version to look like. Whereas like this is actually pretty recent. This one's like, I don't know, 6 months old or something. This is a screen grab actually from some footage of the game. Looking at the icons to, yeah, this one's pretty recent. So it's like very strange to me. Oh, well, thank you. It's a 10, obviously. Oh, I have to sign in? All right, well. Give me a second. I'm signing into IMDb. By that, I mean I'm making an IMDb account. All right. There. I've rated it 10 out of 10. You weren't aware that Amazon owns IMDb? I think that was like 2018 or something. I remember hearing about that, actually. I remember talking about that on this stream going, did you know that Amazon owns IMDb now? It was one of those kind of like rather uneventful moments. Like, when did Amazon buys 2017. Chat, without looking it up, how much did Amazon pay for IMDb? $30 million, $80 million, $0.5 million. That'd be a deal. Approximately 55 million. So, I guess that means Diamond Destruct wins. There is no prize, but yay! So, you know, the current, like, rumor slash thing going through the video games acquisition rumor mill is that our good friends over at Electronic Arts, the artisans of electronics, they are currently trying to get bought. And I really want to know how much they would sell for. Actually, more importantly, regardless of if they merge or if they're in a selling mood, what I really want to know is, I don't know. We don't use any rules. I mean, the points are irrelevant and the rules don't matter, Brewhog. So I would say we're using whose line is it anyways rules, which is they don't exist and they don't matter. Very important. Nobody is allowed to vote on the poll of what charity we go for on Patreon. This is limited for patrons only, and only people who voted can see this, but I just want to show this off. So currently, JDRF is winning, but the percentage is just so nice that, like, if anybody votes and ruins that, well, I have to say, looks like we're raising money for juvenile diabetes. We got combat. No, radio, why? Stop it. God damn it, radio. Gotta be this way. Why you gotta break my heart? Where are you? Nope, that's not you. That's not you either. What even was Brewhog's comment? Oh, 80 million? Yeah, you two were the same. Would have been a tie. But I would say Diamond wins because Diamond typed it in first. At least on my screen. Guess no crimes are being reported because nobody cares. You concede? Hey! I don't know what that means. Or I don't know how that affects the anything, but I don't think that affects anything. It's actually a better thing to say. Speaking of things to say, if you want to help the channel out for absolutely no cost to yourself, currently there's only one person doing this, but you can host a channel by going over to your channel and typing in /host BLINDIRL. Yep, I'm in. Get on my level. Look at all you highfalutin people that are... I don't know where I'm going with this. Now that we've taken our quality down a couple of notches, I can sit. Ugh. Ponder herbal remedies. Mint tea helps sleep. So I can't believe that nobody reported that crime. You know, fun fact, I've never actually watched Price is Right. And the only interaction I actually have with Price is Right is it Price is Right rules? Ugh. It's a game show. It's a very American-focused game show. On the topic of game shows, chat, did you know that there is a ongoing game show focused on everybody's favorite video game franchise? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a Peacock original, Frogger. It's, not totally sure what it is, to be honest with you. I haven't seen it. I just, No, I know that it exists. I to be honest with you, don't understand how this has anything to do with Frogger. But, yeah, it exists. No, totally, but it, aside from having, cardboard cars, there's nothing to do, it's nothing to do with Frogger. It's completely unrelated to Frogger. Well, if you have Peacock, I guess you could watch. Can I just say that Peacock is the worst name for any kind of fucking live streaming service? Do not call your live streaming service Peacock. Just don't fucking do that. Just don't do that. That's really dumb and a really bad idea. And the decline of major networks continues, implying Peacock is a major network. Well, I mean, at least you're happy. This dwarf's actually getting some happiness out of pondering stuff. So I'll lock all the dwarves up in here. Celebrate good dwarfs, come on. NBC Universal? I mean, you know what's a major network? Twitch. You know what's free to use and has less ads? Twitch. You know what has actual Frogger on it? Twitch. You know, one of my favorite vlogging channels from back in the day on YouTube was The Internet Killed Television. You know what's funny is that channel That channel is like large. I'm actually curious right now. I'm looking it up, seeing what they're doing these days. But that channel is largely dead at this point. Well, no, okay, not largely dead. They upload daily vlogs still apparently, and get they get anywhere from 6 to 10,000 views a video. Considering like they used to be like hundreds of millions of views per video, they're doing all right. I mean, they're getting what, like 300,000 views per month, which is definitely not nothing. But I watched them back in the day, like years and years and years ago. In fact, I'm like looking at the earliest videos they uploaded and going, I watched all of these. It took about a decade, but I'm pretty sure that we're almost at that point now. We are in fact now getting to that point where the internet has actually killed television. They were certainly a network. Now they're a peacock. I don't even need to make jokes about it. They make the jokes themselves. Although I will say this, I'm really happy that we're past the point of daily vlogging being one of the most popular things on YouTube. It was very novel like a decade ago, but there's something about it. It's just, I don't know. Also, I just learned something about Dwarf Fortress, chat. A tile with a dusting of mud is kind of a red color, right? A tile with dwarf pus on it is yellow. And a tile with a dusting of mud and dwarf pus is brown. I'm upset that I know that, but I know that now. Pretty terrible. No babies have been made, so trying. I mean, NBC Universal was certainly a network at some point. I don't know if I would say that they were a major network, but they were certainly a network. Isn't Howard Stern like just his own shit these days? Like he just has his own show now. I don't know. We're in the era of the gig economy. People don't join big networks anymore. People get small temporary gigs for, small thing. Also, as if Howard Stern has been relevant for the past like, several decades. Sorry, but I don't think Howard Stern is relevant anymore. I don't think Sirius satellite radio is relevant either. It's like relevant among truckers, and I don't think that demographic is the most relevant, like when we're talking about media as a whole. I'm pretty sure that there's probably like an individual Twitch channel that gets more listeners a day than all of Sirius. Although, I'm going to eat my words in a second. How many subscribers does Sirius Satellite have? Okay, so if SiriusXM has 34.08 million subscribers, currently, like I'm pretty sure that there's YouTubers that are like getting more listeners per day than they are. You had Sirius for about 90 days after you bought your car. Yep. I wouldn't like Sirius satellite radio is certainly one of those things where it's like, it's known, but I listen to FM radio and that's certainly not relevant, right? And I'm aware of this. Like, FM radio and AM radio are not relevant. But I enjoy it, so I listen to it. That being said, Spotify's better. If you're going to, like, pay for a service for music, like, there's many of those now that are all significantly better than what you could get out of Sirius. Okay, who's attending your meeting? You're probably going to drop Sirius. Makes sense. You wouldn't pay for Sirius Satellite? I mean, you do pay for Twitch, so that means that my content is more valuable to you than satellite radio. Meaning, to you, I am more relevant than Howard Stern. As a whole, I'm definitely not more relevant than Howard Stern. But you know what? I'll take the small victories where I can get them. They kept lowering the price for re-upping. I mean, you can get Game Pass for $10. They keep lowering for $1. And then they're like, now you have to pay full price. And then you unsub for 3 months and they're like, hey, you can get it for $1 again. Come back, please. Now I'm curious. I'm looking at how much Sirius XM is because I'm curious. Fucking $22 a month for the premium plan? The fuck? That's expensive. I mean, starting plan is $10, but like, you can't listen to it in your car. What the fuck's the point of that? Man, I should up the price of my subscriptions on Twitch. Jeez. I guess I do have a $25 tier on Patreon, but like, you have a year for $90? Yeah, you could get a year of my sound commands on Twitch for less than that. Like, you want to be able to say, I don't know,
nuclear vessels.
At will. It's cheaper than that for the year. I'm just a little bit shocked that I'm cheaper than Sirius. Crutches. Wood, 2. Low boots, 3. Already queued up. I think we're gonna sit here until winter. Then I'm gonna let them out to go finish all of the things that the people who are in charge want them to do, and then we're gonna lock them back in the tavern. I think that's what we're gonna do. Although, that being said, you can watch my streams and my YouTube videos for free in your car if you want, if you have the data for it. Data. Potato, tomato. Let's see. So we're checking in on the depressed dwarves. I really, really hope that this dwarf comes around. I mean, you're restless after being unable to practice martial arts. Sorry, friend, Saigon Hazy Paddle, but you are, in fact, a merchant, making that impossible. You're shocked reliving being attacked. That's rough, and there's nothing I can do about that. Do hope that you're able to push out those crappy thoughts with better thoughts. Jimmy Tibby shouldn't be depressed, but has been utterly haggard. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is a bug that Jimmy is utterly haggard and not like lost. But because they were purple for a bit, and you're not supposed to come back from being like the most depressed. And they do seem to be improving a little bit. They do want to acquire stuff, which I can't actually do. To be completely clear, when I'm talking about my value versus Sirius XM, I'm mostly just like rambling. Like it's not something I actually want you to take seriously. There's definitely like a lot more production value in Sirius. And like a lot more employees. Like I'm pretty sure they have more employees than me because they have more than one show on Sirius, which means there's probably more than one person working there. Which means they've got to have at least 2 employees, meaning they definitely need more subscribers than I do to pay people's salary. Granted, one of those people's salary is probably higher than my salary. But Animal, you have a good night. Ta-ta for now. TTFN. Speaking of TTFN, did you guys know that Winnie the Pooh is now in the public domain? Not all of Winnie the Pooh, just some of Winnie the Pooh. But parts of Winnie the Pooh characters are now in the public domain. So you know what that means. Our, you did know? Okay, well, this means that we get, possibly one of the greatest additions to the Winnie the Pooh-averse as long as they've existed. So, Blood and Honey is a violent horror movie featuring Winnie the Pooh. We're getting a Winnie the Pooh slasher flick. The Winnie the Pooh horror movie is called Blood and Honey. It's in post-production. The premise of the film, according to the writer and producer, is Christopher Robin is pulled away from them, and he's not given them food. And it's made Pooh and Piglet's life quite difficult. Winnie the Pooh and Piglet then embark on a murderous rampage. Naturally. Sign me the fuck up. I'm in. We don't have a trailer yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I will watch that as soon as it is available at a streaming service that I already pay for. Because that sounds fantastic. Will Winnie the Pooh be in Smash Bros? Well, Smash Bros is finished, so I doubt it. Also, Winnie the Pooh, last I checked, isn't an anime boy with a big sword, so doubtful. But God, could you imagine Winnie the Pooh being in Smash Brothers? That'd be fantastic. But yeah, saw that on Reddit the other day, and then immediately afterwards saw a streamer who I watched talking about it on his channel was like, yep, I'm gonna watch that. So, you know, if you like ever thought, man, I really wish that there would be an ultra-violent Winnie the Pooh horror film that's made with like practical effects, you know. Also, this is cool. I was a dick today when I turned my stream on. And when I tweeted out my stream, I stated that I'm seeing Holy Fuck tonight, which is the band I get to go see tonight. And they liked it. Hell yeah. Does actually make me wonder who runs their Twitter account, though. Based on the way it writes, I think it's just the band that runs their Twitter account. Also, apparently, Holy Fuck has added 2 new shows to their tour, Montreal and Dayton, Ohio. Cool. What's up? Hi, what's up, cutest? Did you know you're the first mod to speak in the chat all day? It was kind of funny. Yesterday when I was on Hyperstrange's channel, the Maruk who was the mod, or the guy from Hyperstrange who was modding the chat, was just like, everybody behave yourselves for 2 minutes. I gotta pee. There will be no mods for a moment. And he gets up and leaves. I'm just like, as if we need mods. Because, like, I haven't had to do anything today. And, you know, I've been live for almost 4 hours. Welcome to this today's really short, not long stream of only 8 hours. You totally missed that stream this week? Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're all good. Holy crap, that's a big invest. Damn, son. Damn, and he won. And I lost. Fuck. Damn it. Well, chat, can I get a lot of beers for Diamond, who just won 8,750 imaginary internet bucks? It's like Dogecoin, but it's actually worth no money instead of it's worth pretend no money. All right, let's wait until until Timber ends. You lost 10,000 tickets last time, really? Well, you've almost recouped it. Hey, friggin' Bob, what up? But yeah, I think that this week, tomorrow, and the day after especially, are going to be pretty Unexplored 2 heavy. Very much looking forward to messing around and learning that, because that game is about as close to a roguelike as you can get without being a roguelike. I mean, the developer calls it a roguelite too, which is very nice. So, very much looking forward to that one. Very much. Chad, is there any games that you guys are like looking forward to playing that are coming out soon? Genuine question. What is a must-have on a desk chair? Not make my back hurt. And adjustable, these things. The people that make this chair, though, are currently having a pretty deep sale. Although, I'm starting to fear that they're going under because, like, their shipping times have gotten weird. But, yeah, my chair is currently 20% off. Although this is actually the fancier version of my chair. This is the reclining version. Mine's not the reclining version. I don't know why the fuck you'd want your desk chair to be able to recline, but... Mine can lean back that far, it just doesn't have, like, the feet rest on it. Was it Germer chair? What the fuck is a... Oh, okay. I didn't read that as a gamer chair. Okay, I get you. But my must-haves for a desk chair is I need everything to be adjustable. I need to be able to tweak it to exactly my height. Like, this chair, the armrests feel a little flimsy, which I'm not super fond of, but, like, they're adjustable in every single way, forwards, backwards, up, down, and I can take them off entirely. This is adjustable. It's got like 50 levers underneath it where it's like trying to drive a spaceship. It's got like a thing that you can spin. It's got like little levers that you can lift and lower. It's got like weird hooks and things. Like every like the thing where your butt sits on can be like pushed forward or lifted back. Like everything can tilt. It's really nice. As part of a chair, it's like everything needs to be adjustable. You're looking forward to play with your mechanical. You bought a Raspberry Pi? What are you planning on doing with the Pi? I knew that you bought a keyboard. I missed the part where you bought a Pi. What you planning on doing with that Pi? What hell yeah? You're gonna make... Wait, really? You're gonna make it into a NAS? Like to drive a NAS with other hard drives or like just by itself? Because that's not a lot of memory in a Pi. Are you going to call it Little Pi X? Oh, you forgot to talk about that the week prior? I get you. I get you. Well, let's let these dwarves out. Malden's gonna go make us a wooden crutch. I'm in like this really weird spot right now. I really want to build a proper server, right? To store old footage and use as a backup for everything, and also use as a backup for like my parents' home movies and photo albums and stuff that's all gone digital. I really want to do that, but that's expensive. I also really want to get back into getting work done on my tattoos. My friend that I'm traveling with for Quebec, who's my future sister-in-law, we've basically just agreed that we're gonna go get tattoos when we're out in Quebec. Nothing big or fancy, but that's something that we really want to do. So I want tattoo budget now, but I also still have that dream of actually buying more synthesizers, but kind of not in the budget. But I also have this like most important thing right now, which is I need to buy camping gear, which means there's like 4 things I'm trying to like save for at the same time, and I can't afford any of them, and it's kind of frustrating. It's like I really want to build a NAS. But hard drives are fuck off expensive, especially the ones that I want. I really want more camping gear, and I also really want to. It's just frustrating. Everything's so expensive. Bought it all before it gets even more expensive. Yeah, hard drives have gotten really expensive recently. It's funny, like I was telling people, I want to say it was like at the beginning of 2020, I was like, hard drives are going to get more expensive and solid state drives are going to get more expensive. They didn't right away, and I bought 2 solid state drives. I bought 2 1 terabyte solid state drives when that happened. When I started being worried that hard drives were going to get more expensive, and I spent like it's like $140 each. Samsung drives, bought them both. They're great. I love them. Super fast, like very efficient. Those same drives are 3 times the price now. 3 times for the 1 terabyte SSDs. They're 3 times as expensive as they were when I bought them. I wish I bought more back then. Especially because like hard drives, like an 8 terabyte hard drive, because I bought 1 8 terabyte hard drive for this computer, was like $250 when I bought it for 8 terabytes hard disk, Western Digital Black. That same hard drive in Canada, at the very least, is now $800. All because of parts shortages. It's like, $800? Good God, man. It's ridiculous. But gotta love extreme rapid hyperinflation. Shoutouts to extreme and rapid hyperinflation. Also, go to my email. Thank you very much for registering for IMDb. Unsubscribe from email list. Delete. Thank you. Dwarf Fortress has an IMDb page, so we all made IMDb accounts to, you know, increase the rating from 7.9 to higher, because 2 people rated it 1 star. So, you know, got to do that very important thing. Probably takes hours or a day or weeks. Yo, Phantom, how's you? It's a weird place to go to drink, Dwarf. You've needed more storage for a while, but you're in no hurry with these prices. Yeah, it's like the one thing that I've like caved on that I've started buying now is camping gear because my goal is to be able to go backpacking by July. We're not going to go on super long trips. They're just going to be overnight trips, but still. I mean, this is like literally this comment that I got an hour ago, which I'm going to show off again here because I think it's very funny. Like this one right here. It's like the first 3 seconds of the video, my brain was getting ready. My brain was getting a blanket, preparing for some imaginary tea, for a chill talk about updates, accompanied by gentle guitar strings in the background, and then hello everybody, it's your boy. Because literally, like the first 3 seconds of that video is just like very chill premium Dwarf Fortress music. It's like guitar strum, and then it's just like blah! Me being all loud and shit. It's very funny. Like, you guys should all go to that video and upvote that comment because that should be the most upvoted comment on the video. Because for reference, for those of you who haven't heard it, I'm gonna mute my noise machine. Open up the video. Unmute it. It's literally just this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another one. It's like getting punched in the face with me saying hello. Also, how come I unmute this page and now it's not me? There we go. You know, the thing about YouTube is I find that if you're obnoxiously hyperactive, people watch more. Like, genuinely. People like obnoxious over hyperactivity on YouTube. They pretend they don't, but they do. Because they wouldn't watch if they didn't. And they do watch if you are. Put some tables around the edge here. My favorite dwarf of this fortress. That's such a broad question. It's like, what's the favorite hair on your head? Probably Squug, just because Squug, who was one of my mayors from ages ago, like the first 100 years of the fort. But the reason I like Squug was because Squug wrote a book called A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. And because of that, we gave Squug a custom role, which was Wizard. But that's like an unanswerable question. I mean, there's several memorable dwarves. Like, Aegis was a pretty great dwarf. Aegis was a dwarf who got beaten up real bad by a tantruming dwarf early on and then couldn't walk and refused to use crutches, so just crawled around and could haul boulders faster than most dwarves because they were unbelievably strong, even though they had no function of their legs. And then eventually I made them into my manager, and they were my manager for a bit, and then they got the shit kicked out of them. No, everything in this fortress has happened since COVID because I started this fortress in August 2020. So everything COVID has happened before, started before this fortress started. Although this fortress was started when I was still streaming 7 days a week. Yes. Oh, indeed. Oh. Because when lockdown started, I went from 6 days a week to 7. Is that an emu? Must be. Hey, look, it's an E! Alright, well, I gotta lock them emus back up. There's a white background behind you. Right. Yes. Forgot about this. We drew an image of an exceptional Whitcode rendition of the Insightful Dead. An image of a cat, a chicken, and emus. The chicken is dead. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time. I had a dead chicken sitting in this room for about a year without me noticing. So we made an image of a dead chicken and emus. I mean, COVID might have been over in Moscow by that point. Because didn't COVID last like 6 months for you guys at that point? Like, I seem to recall like the entire planet just being like, we have to be cautious and have restrictions, and then Russia's just like, fucking Leroy Jenkins. And then they got too literal about the Leroy Jenkins, and now we're in World War III. And that's the history of the last 2 years. No, leave the chicken corpse. It's fine. They just lied about the statistics. It sounds like a lot of things that Russia does. I'm not trying to just attack your country directly, but they do seem to lie about a lot of things pretty consistently, so. Also, glory to Ukraine. I'm going to get a mad comment about that now, and someone's going to tell me to shoot myself in the comments, and it's going to get, like, moderated out, and you guys will never see it, but I'll see it, and it'll kill me inside a little bit. You know what's funny, though? Nobody has commented yet about my ginger shirt, which I've worn in a number of update videos. I didn't wear it last night because it's in the laundry right now. But, like, nobody has commented about my ginger shirt. Ooh, actually, something I need to do. Holy fuck store. That's going to be a strange Google search. Okay, sweet. I landed on the right thing. I'm looking to see what kind of merchandise Holy Fuck has on their website. They really don't have much. Because I hope the thing that I really hope that they have at the show is this. Holy Fuck on CD LP. Because it's the one thing I don't have by them. It's the one thing I don't have. That is a weird sound. Oh, it's a drone. One of the people in my building owns a fucking drone, and he flies it around outside of my building, and it drives me nuts whenever I hear it. It's like, why is there a cloud of bees outside? Oh, it's a fucking drone. Right, asshole. Fuck drones. True. I mean, what government doesn't lie about itself? It makes me look like just an ethereal floating head. Well, I mean, an ethereal floating head with arms. I'm like Rayman, but like the metal version, you know? It's like, maybe I could. It's difficult to do because this is just a t-shirt. No, it doesn't quite work because you can see my thing. I am a beholder. I mean, you are beholden to nothing. I don't even know what I'm talking about now. Behold these nuts! I don't know what I am. Definitely not a beholder. I think that anything that is governed by power and or finances, which is just a different word for power, is going to lie about itself to maintain power, because power is, once obtained, is very difficult to let go. Any instance, whether or not it's an elected official or a dictator. Once you have power, it's very difficult to let that power go. Period. Dude, your family's here. All right, we can lock the dwarves back in the tavern. It's one of those periods of time where we're just locked in the tavern for extended periods of time. It is also snowing. You know, it's real funny because like I have a lot of like dark gray and black shirts on them, but I also have like 2 or 3 like neon red shirts and one very very white shirt. And whenever I get to that point in my wardrobe where I wear one of those, chat just freaks out about the fact that I'm wearing something that isn't black or dark gray. Hello, NLD Shade. What is up? I'm doing all right. Slept like shit last night, but get to stream today, so that's a positive. I get to go to a concert tonight, which I'm very much looking forward to. Longdeath the Fortress is doing well. We are 395 years into a 1,000-year run, which at this rate is going to take me 15 more years to finish, but it's going pretty good. Which means like this fort is just a couple months, like 2 months off, 2.5 months off of being 2 years old. I almost said 3. 2 years old. Real time. You kind of forgot. You forgot about your D&D game. Oh no, that sucks. I would just say that something came up and you're sorry. I would just do that. That's what I would do. Just say that you're sorry. When activists are successful at making changes, they can't just stop being activists, so they keep complaining, and they will not be satisfied. They're not evil, they're just people acting normal. Oh, absolutely. When did we say that anybody was evil for being an activist? What? You're just, like, going off on, like, your own tangent. Like, I made a few, like, offhanded comments, and Q just basically ended the discussion, and now Frogs is, like, talking to themselves about activism. Like, yeah, no, we agree. Feeling like you're going to fall asleep? I have that effect on people. It's either because people find me excessively boring or very calming. You opened Discord to share an album and saw their message and went, fuck. Yeah, no, I feel you there. Let's see if anybody's ruined the poll on Patreon. Hey, nobody's ruined it. 24 minutes left. Chat, I think it's pretty safe to say that on my birthday, we will be raising money for juvenile diabetes on Friday. Friday's my birthday, and every year on my birthday, we pick a charity and raise money. So, looking forward to it. Hopefully we can beat our previous record of like just over $2,000 for juvenile diabetes last time we raised money for them. But even if we don't, that's fine. We did well. On the subject of power, have you heard the Ronin? That's why I was around. It was in great peril, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Handed supreme power after solving threats of Rome. Ancient history is not my forte, so. But the power even longer than they needed to return to this farm. But, I mean, who doesn't want to return to their farm? I'd love to return to my farm. I get to go there on Saturday, although it's like 6 meters by 10 meters. But inert that controversy. You know, what, on my birthday you'll try to show up before the end? Well, I don't know how long we'll be on, but it'll probably be at least 9 or 10 hours, I would guess. I mean, I'll be starting at the normal time on the Friday. The only sad part is it means that I won't be recording a podcast this week because, like, it's one of my teammates' partner's birthdays. It's another one of my teammates is in a different country. FG's taking a weekend off because she's worked a ridiculous amount in the past month. It's like everybody in my team is either like busy with family shit, busy with personal shit, or not in at their computer. So there's like one other person that could record on the team that weekend. And I'm going to be streaming on Friday, which is when we normally record, and then Saturday, and then Sunday I have 2 different family things. Saturday, me and my friend Kevin are going to go get drunk because it's my birthday, so fuck it, we're going to go do that. We're going to go on a hike in the morning, and then we're going to go get drunk in the afternoon. And then on Sunday, I am going over to have dinner with my parents, lunch and then dinner at my parents' house. For more family stuff. So it's like, I'm just going to be busy the entire weekend. So it's like, yeah, podcast isn't going to happen this week. But I like to think that the one that we did with Tekid this past week was good. So if you missed the most recent episode of my podcast, I recommend it because Tekid was a great guest. This is actually, I think, the longest episode we've ever done. I had to cut a bit because it was so long. I mean, you do have to wonder how much of that is fable at this point versus history, but yeah, that is interesting to think about, Tonum. Well, see, content shouldn't be expected to be completely regular, yes, but the machines don't care, and they're the ones that actually govern what content gets promoted. So I'm going to be mean for a second here, Infinity, and say Tang, as in, like, Tang? That's the only relevant connection I have to the word Tang. Or irrelevant, rather. Like I said, ancient history is not my forte. You said Emperor of Tang. I'm like, Tang? But plotted to usurp him because he knew the guy wouldn't be. I mean, ancient history is like a collection of proverbs at this point. It's like lessons to live by, and if only more of us, listened to history, we'd be in a much better place. But something that I haven't said enough of today is thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Seriously. I mean, we've been live for roughly half of our stream time at this point. We're going to be live for about another 4 hours. And I just, seriously, thank you very much for tuning into the stream and watching, hanging out, chilling, and talking, doing all the things that you do. Because I wouldn't be able to do this job if people didn't watch. So thank you for watching. Thanks for spending time here. I don't know what you mean by listening is not enough, because it certainly is enough. You had a random encounter at the thing. You're not going to log into the D&D app. Why would it say that? Would it tell them that you're online if you logged into the D&D app to check? Is this a new group, or is this a group that's been running for a bit? Speaking of things that have been running for a bit, it would snitch on you. Don't you love it when technology snitches on you? It's like, God damn it. It's like when you accidentally open up a chat and it says seen and you're like, fuck. Nerd. Man. Apparently hitting buttons like that is bad. It's been going for a bit. Okay, I mean, I don't think they'll be. Sure, he'll be fine. Poor dwarf. Please have children. I'm like freaking out. Like, we need to start having kids soon. I've locked them in the tavern for like a year practically. You turned it into sneaky invisible mode. Yeah, that's wise. The thing that actually concerns me, though, are people that are online for seemingly all hours of the day. It's like, do you just have it set to permanent online? Or, like, or like, what? Because, like, how do you, like, do you not sleep? Are you always at a computer? Like, at a point, it becomes concerning to me. Like, genuinely, at a point, it becomes concerning. You know, chat, every now and again, I see a game name on Steam. Just gonna make sure that this is safe for work enough for me to show. Yeah, this is fine. Every now and again, I see a game name on Steam. That's a name. That's somebody put effort into making this. Somebody put effort into making that. You're always online because when you're home, your PC is on, and when your PC is on, you have all chats open in the background. Yeah, but regardless of if your PC is on and if chats are open, there are some people that are, it's just like, oh, they're just always on. Like, it should list you as away on Discord by default if you say go to sleep. You know, like if you don't move your mouse for X number of hours, it shouldn't show you as online. That's wrong. It shouldn't. You think on Linux that away detection doesn't work? Okay. But what if I know for a fact that person doesn't use Linux? What if I literally know that for a fact? You guess Discord is just being special. I suppose I heard actually that there was a problem for a little bit where if you have Discord running on your computer, it made Windows 11 specifically incapable of going to sleep. Also, Cyrolac, I don't know if I said hi to you, but hi. What's up? Good to see you. Remember Roll20? You used to play Savage Worlds with your friends. Eventually, you did our own things. At one point, you made a fully fleshed out stalker campaign for none of the randoms who joined. Only for none of the randoms who joined it to show up. Oh, so like you just like went onto a public looking for group thing and then absolutely nobody who signed up showed up? Because that fucking sucks. That absolutely sucks. I'm so sorry. You have that problem with voice meter? I'm using voice meter right now and it doesn't do that. Weird. Maybe it was old problem. I don't know. Okay, what the heck is this? What the fuck is a camera obscura? Apparently it's a pop band. Camera obscura is a darkened room with a small hole or lens at one end through which an image is projected onto a wall or table. Huh. Interesting. Dwarf is... Chat, I think Dwarf is discovering Twitch. I guess construction of a box or tent in which an exterior image is projected. Huh. Your friend who DMs has had the same problem. The problem with randoms on Roll20 is that they only show up to one session and then most disappear into the night. Well, you know, I've always said that Dwarf Fortress is like playing Dungeons and Dragons, minus the part where you have to like wait for other people to show up. That's why I play Dwarf Fortress. Quite literally. That's part of the reason I play Dwarf Fortress. That's interesting. Two iron picks. But yeah, I really hope that Holy Fuck has cool t-shirts. Because I want to buy something when I go see them. One thing that's like completely blown my mind about that show that I get to go to tonight. When I say Holy Fuck, I'm referring to the band Holy Fuck, to be completely clear. There is a band called Holy Fuck, and I get to go see them tonight. But one of the things that still to me blows my mind is the tickets for that show were $15. They're a cheap show. Like, it's actually weird to me how cheap they are. Let's just turn this off. Let the dwarves go do their thing now. Well, I think that, like, for me, right? If I was trying to play D&D, right? And let's just say that I had 3 friends to play D&D with, but we wanted a 4th. Then at that point, I would go to, like, a random, just looking for group setup, right? At that point, I would do that. But if it's anything more than that, like if I'm looking for like 2 or 3 people, If I'm looking for 3 or 4 people, no. At that point, I wouldn't trust people's dedication. But it's like, if there's 2 of you and you're looking for a 3rd, that seems pretty good. Hold up. So, this is your definition of perfectly clean? Diamond? Diamond posted this picture on Discord and said, perfectly clean. I beg to differ. It's a couple bodies out there. Like, I think that's a human. There's some trolls. What looks like a giant cave spider. And you've been interrupted by an elk bird. And there's like vomit and shit. Is this like the whole fort? Please tell me that's the whole fort. It's clean now. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 coffins? 15. That's the whole fort. Damn, dude. It was way worse. What happened? Those poor dwarves, man. I'm gonna practice some martial art. You in the military? No, you're not. Let's put you in the military. Citation needed. Yes, I would agree with that statement. You found this band, Countless Skies, and it's really good. I've been listening to House of Harm recently, which is post-punk stuff, synthy, heavy stuff. I've actually been listening to House of Harm and Empathy Test a lot recently, which is like very out of character for me. It's a 1x1 embark, so you see the option on the side part of things, and yeah. Oh, I hate 1x1 embarks. They suck. But yeah, unless you have a really small baby PC, it just sucks. Tried to play D&D a few times and didn't get into it because the people you tried to play with were jackasses. Yeah, that was my experience too. But the thing about the people that I tried to play with is everybody who I knew at the time said, oh, that group is great. You'll have a great time with them. They're very good. No, they were awful. A very unpleasant experience. You've been more into doom metal? I mean, I've been listening to doom metal, but I've definitely been listening to doom. Because, like, doom and doom metal are two different things, and I've been listening to quite a bit of doom. There's this playlist on... do you have Spotify, Pink? Because there's this playlist that I've been listening to recently. Quite a bit, actually. Well, I mean, I can link it. You can still look at it. You just have to hear ads. But there's this playlist that I've been listening to a lot recently called Satan is a Woman. And it's just a whole bunch of lady-fronted doom psych bands. Which is fucking good. Really good. Like, good lord, it's good. So I've been doing, like, new band discovery that way, but... Although I'm not generally a... How do I word this? I'm not generally a playlist person. Just trying very carefully to make sure Spotify doesn't start playing stuff. Let's just... Okay, sweet. I like to buy music when I'm not broke too, but I need to discover music somehow. But yeah, there's a lot of good gems in that playlist. Not to be confused with God as a Woman. I think it's a play on it, but, you know. It's a really good playlist. Like I said, a lot of really good stuff in there. Yeah, no, I do that too. That's the other way I discover music. That's actually how I found Blackwater Holy Light, which is how I've gone on this, like, doom kick. I then discovered that they were doing a show in Vancouver, and I was like, well, going to that. So, I'm going to that next month. But yeah, I've been listening to a lot less metal recently. I love metal. Metal's great. But I've just been either on, like, post-punk synthy stuff or jazz, psych rock, and doom. That's, like, where I've been recently. And a lot of, like, fuzz rock and loud, heavy stuff. Although, here's what I've been listening to the last 2 days. You know, I grabbed this and then realized I can't really do a zoomed in shot of it because there's at least 3 sets of titties on this cover. Well, shit. I can show you the back of it. Here, I can show you guys the record. I can't. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because, like, it's a whole bunch of, like, old statues and, like, pieces of artwork on the actual, like, record cover. so I can't show it. And it's just. But this I can show you. There you go. Sounds like you're very good at managing your forts. It's a fantastic album too. It's the most recent psychedelic porn crumpets album. It's Night Gnomes. It's good. It's very good. You once joined a group where the DM was a two-faced liar. Turns out he secretly hated you and your character the entire time and kept making up problems to kill your character. Fortunately, you would pull amazing rolls out of nowhere and turn the tide. For instance, the neighboring kingdom sent a navy to attack your small kingdom. So as a joke, you got into a boat and tried to make contact with a sea god, and I guess you did. That reminds, like, the last time I played D&D. The last time I played D&D, one of the people that I was playing with was playing a goblin rogue, and this kid was obnoxious as all fuck, right? And wanted to like try and hit on every single like non-playable DM run character. And as the session went on, like this person was just like, I try and grab this person's butt and shit like that, just constantly, like very immature bullshit stuff. And but tried to stealth this rogue that he was playing into this like big tall lady warrior. He tried to stealth into her armor, and rolled a 20. And then the DM was like, "Nah, there's no way that succeeds because the two of you just couldn't possibly fit in the armor." And he goes, "Well, what if I roll a second time?" He goes, "All right, if you roll a 20 a second time, you do it." Rolls and gets a 20 a second time. Well, back-to-back 20s and stealthed into this person's armor without them noticing, and then spent the rest of this fight inside of this other person's armor. So, you know, being an asshole can actually be kind of funny, but was it worth the 6 hours of annoyance that person caused? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. Mm-mm. It's not ERP, it's just RP. E in ERP is electronic. See, this was a D&D group where we met up in person at somebody's house. This was an ERP. This was pre-Discord. This was, I guess theoretically we could have used like TeamSpeak or Vent, but pretty sure this was pre-Roll20. Like, when was Roll20 even founded? $8 million users as of 2021. Yeah, no, it launched in 2012. This would have been like a year at least, maybe, because I wasn't employed at the time, and I got the job that I'm thinking of in the end of 2011. So this would have been like pre-2011. And I'm aware that there was like other ways to play D&D online before then, but like, yeah, no, Roll20 didn't exist before then. At that point. This was back when like, I was going to say you had to buy the books, but we definitely didn't buy any of the books. We absolutely like just had like PDFs that were printed out. You succeeded and converted with it, and then you brought lots of stuff, including the ancient red dragon's head, and succeeded and destroyed the fleet, and later made every enemy you would target with the sea god, making him a pact with that too. Huh. All right. Gets arrested for being a rapist in the battle, never to be seen again. Time to make a new character. What, for the really creepy person? Well, I mean, it would have just been the same person, frankly. Generally, people who play characters like that, even if you kill their character, make them make a new character, they're still just gonna be like that, right? TeamSpeak days. Argar, for me, it was I used IRC. And then when my internet was good enough, I used Ventrilo, and I had a Ventrilo server for a couple of years because it was cheaper than TeamSpeak servers. And we never used the text chat anyway. And then TeamSpeak, then fucking Raid Call for a bit, and then I used Mumble, and then Discord. Fuck Mumble and Raid Call. Those two were awful. 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 Not again, you need a place for coffins because ghosts? Just start making slabs, and then you don't need to worry about locating the bodies. And then just tell them to put all the bodies in a room and crush them with something. It is the 1st of spring, meaning the fortress is 396 year old. 390 Nix? Wow. 96 years old. Signy Nix years old. Oh, fuck. Yes, I also used Skype in there somewhere. there was definitely a period of time there, like, between Ventrilo and TeamSpeak, where we just had, like, a group Skype call with, like, 11 of us. It's not a URL, but if you do thing.stuff, it'll make it into a URL. If it's word.word, Twitch thinks it's a URL, because Twitch dumb. But yeah, no, where was I going with this? That looks like a green glass block. Interesting. But good luck, Diamond. Good luck. Go with the burr. Chat, can I get a round of burr for Diamond? Best of luck. It's a very slow human. Now I need a burr sound for X bits. How many bits for burr sound? And what would the sound be? $72. That's oddly specific. Why don't I just make it into a sub sound? That seems like better value for everybody's money. Like literally everybody's money. You ever just like randomly get an email from a company that you forgot you made an account with? Huh. Troopin' Panda, what up? Good to see you. It's like I saw you yesterday on another channel.
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
You know, after all this time, it is still unacceptable. Gotta pay the fee to breathe Spitalier's air. Speaking of, how you doing, Spitalier? How's things? How's the weather? How's life? How's work? Damn, I won one. So did Diamond. Holds breath. Please don't hold breath too long. I think Lump lost. I'm sorry, Lump. Damn, a lot of people won, though. All high rollers work. I mean, the bot knows how to keep a customer base, you know? Where ticks? You lost, Sag. Sorry. Group of Alchemy, Spring, 4 Hondo and 1. Oh, hell yeah. Which means from Friday morning on, yeah, well, on Friday, that means that you can catch my birthday stream. Because that's what I'm doing. I don't know. You don't have to watch my stream on like your first day of your, like, I hope vacation, but hell yeah, dude. They did in fact bring us a hedgehog. No. You've watched 11 hours of the stream. Damn, dude. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out for that long. Do you also love turtles? Let me know when you got it, Stone. I'm assuming you already got it, but... Oh, that's a malachite block. Malachite's green? Eh. Interesting. So then why are you home for a month? Are you just working from home for a month? The way you said ole ole, I figured it was a vacation, but... I actually get to go on a vacation this month. It's the first time I've traveled for my own entertainment in... Oh God, when was the last time I traveled for my own entertainment? Like, not a work trip. Well, actually, 2019 was the last time I got on a plane to go somewhere for fun. 2019, I went to that metal festival. So not that long ago. But like before that, I'm pretty sure it was Disneyland before that, which was 2012. Which rusts green? Yeah, but I didn't realize that the blocks were green. Oh, so you're on standby until further notice. I hope that you're on standby with pay. Otherwise, that seems kind of shitty. But hey, I mean, you get a break at the very least, I think. It's gotta be nice, at least to a degree. But, I mean, it means you get to catch my birthday stream, though. You get to hang out and watch me play with awful tile sets, hopefully. Because awful tile sets means that we've raised money for juvenile diabetes. I mean, I was just going to sell it, but, like, should I... Here, you know what? I'll put the hedgehog up in the tavern. To wait for them to move it. I don't know, but you can make one. I mean, I've got something better than Comic Sans tile set. I have the tile set that's a perfectly normal Dwarf Fortress tile set, except instead of being a Dwarf Fortress tile set, it's everything is Nicolas Cage. Someone needs to go through and remake this tile set so every single one is like a different image of Nicolas Cage making a different face. So that is one of my bad tile sets. I got other bad tile sets too. Like, Stone, are you going to update this one so that it has a door? Or do I just get to, like, tolerate the fact that it doesn't have a door? There's this one, which is one that Stone drew. Just, like, looking at an actual tile set and just, like, mimicking it, which is pretty great. No? Okay, so I don't... There is no icon for doors on this one. The door is a door for stone doors. Oh, so there's no door for wooden doors. Okay, well, I mean, I don't need to make a door for wooden doors. Let's see. I also have this fucking monstrosity. What other tile sets do we have? Oh, I've got this one, This is the it's my emotes, the tile set. Which is pretty great. I've got a few, but I need to go grab the Matrix tile set again and set up the colors for that. Probably your mayor, Diamond. But yeah, if you guys can find a Comic Sans tile set, I will use it. Or I will set it as one of the possible tile sets that I could end up using by the end of it. Your emotes tile set needs a burr emote? Well, right-click Save As. It's not an NFT. You can legally do that. Although I think it's just on my Discord. But if you need any specific images, just at me on Discord. My God. Sorry, I just saw that that thing that Cyclone posted on Discord and subscribers screaming. I'm gonna copy this and put it in the chat. Just man. Hey, Dromang, long fucking time no see, dude. Dromang is one of the few people on this planet that has known me longer than anybody who's watching this stream right now. What's up, man? You still stuck very deep in Black Desert Online. Last time I checked, you had like 30,000 hours in that game, so. Let's do this. Almost completely maxed gear now? So does that mean you're getting close to being ready for endgame? I'll be completely honest with you. I know minimal information about BDO, but I think I told you that last time you were here too, so you probably know that. There's a hedgehog, a flying squirrel, a wild boar, pond turtle. Man, these elves aren't bringing anything interesting now. The most interesting thing here is the echidna. That's because it's beer, not lava. Spicy water is lava. .6% of the player base? Oh. Okay. I guess you're at endgame then. But what have you been up to, dude? How's life treating you? Just a few days off my birthday. It's funny, we were talking about like different voice chat apps like 20 minutes ago, and Ventrilo came up. I still get like the occasional warm and fuzzy feeling about that old vent server I used to host. Still occasionally. You got coerced into a promotion at work, so it's been good so far? Now, does that mean you got a promotion you didn't want, but they convinced you with enough money? That's how I assume that would mean. Is it truly a masterpiece? I mean, I've never had a beer... Okay, so I've never had a beer that was... Oh, all right. So, Amon Amarth, right? Amon Amarth translates to Mount Doom. I had a beer once that was brewed. Well, it's the Iron Maiden beer. It's not very good. But I had an Iron Maiden beer that claims that it's brewed to the sounds of Iron Maiden's The Trooper on repeat at full blast. So apparently there's like a picture of like speakers surrounding the brew hopper, right? And apparently they play the Trooper on repeat the entire time to make the Trooper beer. It's like a slightly above average pale ale. It's fine. It's not particularly noteworthy in any way. But apparently they brew it to the sound of the Trooper, which leads me to believe that a beer brewed to the sounds of a Monomarth would be a Mount Doom beer. You said give them give me a 20% raise, and they said 16%. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Fuck it, sure. I mean, I'm assuming you still work in the same place as you did like back in the day, right? Or rather, that the place that you got the job at back in the day. Because if so, that's a union gig, if I'm not mistaken. Fuck yeah, 11 years. Damn. Long time flies, dude. Time flies. Yeah, no, that's fucking fantastic. Hell yeah. I mean, I want to talk about time flying by. I've been streaming for almost 10. That's scary. Glad to see me still streaming. Dude, I am on the cusp of, like, becoming the, biggest Dwarf Fortress influencer on the internet. I just need the game to release, and then I need all of my videos to simultaneously go viral. No biggie. We'll get there. I don't know. The YouTube algorithm has, like, just decided to start being nice to me in the past 2 months. So, you know, we'll see. Easy. Yeah, I just need, like, 20 videos to go viral simultaneously, and we'll be fine. But, I mean, I don't know. I could, honestly... Chat, don't take this as a reason to say, all right, it's time to unsub, he's good. As long as nothing changes from where we've been at for the past 2 months / 6 months, I could probably do this, assuming inflation doesn't completely fuck the planet and the housing market doesn't inflate anymore. At the rate that I'm going, I'm probably good for the next 10 years. Fingers crossed. Assuming, like, Dwarf Fortress continues to update. We're probably good. We're probably good. I once gave myself a couple dollar raise at the old job. Back when I had a job and I worked in the restaurant industry, I transferred locations once. And at the old location, I was making $2 an hour above the wage that I was supposed to be making for the position that I was at, because I had a boss for a bit that really liked me and they were really nice to me. Then after that, every single manager I had refused to give me weight raises because they're like, well, you're already making too much. You're not supposed to get more. I'm like, but I've been here for so long and I'm good at my job. And they were like, no, we can't give you more. And I was like, fine. And then things happened where I had to transfer locations. And I walked in and they were like, well, so because you're transferring locations, we have to put you down to the amount that you were supposed to make for your starting job, because like getting hired at a new location, basically, so that you reset your wage. So I was ready to take a $2 an hour cut. And then the boss of the location looks at me and he goes, how much were you making at the old location? And I said, $15 an hour. So I give myself $1 an hour raise. Very proud of that. This was back when our minimum wage was like $11.50. It's now like, I think, $16. But that has been a meme as long as Dwarf Fortress has existed. I think instead of like instead of crowdfunding researching for an undying body for Tarn Adams, I think we just need to give him like a gym membership and send him produce. Or like workout gear, you know, something that keeps him walking. Just keep him moving. You don't need an undying body. You just need to extend your cognitive ability for a couple of extra years. You know what, Drumming? You don't come by very often, but you deserve one of these. You now have a pink diamond next to your name. Get him a G Fuel sponsor? Do you know that G Fuel wasn't allowed to be sold in Canada for too long because it had an unacceptable quantity of lead in it? That has since been resolved. But I know a streamer who actually streams BDO who's local to me, who had a G Fuel sponsorship for a couple of years, and it was during that period, so they weren't allowed to ship him product, and he wasn't allowed to sell stuff to people in Canada. But he always had a G Fuel thing that was filled with coffee or water, and he would pretend it was G Fuel. I guess you know why it's called fuel? Yeah, it's like leaded gasoline. I don't know anything about baby food, but I would be inclined to believe you. You're a quality friend over a quantity friend. Dude, you still show up. You're like the only person I still see around from the old days. I think that Aaron, aka Noobish, is still in my Discord under his current name. And occasionally I'll see Demi turn his stream on. I had to ban Dark for saying racial slurs in my chat, so haven't seen or heard from Dark in like 5-6 years or something. Let's see. Other old people from back in the day. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like everybody's either like banned or hasn't shown up in a decade at this point. But, well, feels like a decade. Not quite a decade, but. Although Dark may have actually gotten unbanned because I do this thing where sometimes I'll just like clear my whole ban list on New Year's, which I've done a couple of times. Because like 99% of them are just spam bots. Wait, really? Hell yeah. Glad for that guy. So this guy that I used to play games with named Dark, chat, was like the loudest ragehead I've ever seen in a video game. Like, he would get ridiculously, unreasonably mad at the smallest thing that would happen. Like, he'd be playing, he'd be like number one on the leaderboard, the game that we're playing at the time, and then like, which was usually Crossfire back in the day, and like he'd die once, and he would go from like 0 to 1,000 in that one death. Admittedly, I was pretty bad when I was an adolescent shithead too, but like he was bad like compared to me. Like, one thing would happen and he would like knock the chair over and start screaming. Yeah, no, very few people could rage as loudly as I could. But, you know, I was also like, what, 16? Like, I don't know, dude, give me a break. I've grown up a lot in the last 10 years. Yes, I was actually a child. Dark was like 3 or 4 years older than me. I was actually a child who, like, now is officially diagnosed with things like, let's see, I have adolescent PTSD from severe amounts of isolation as a young child, and I'm bipolar. So, you know, those two things combined, it's like, yeah, no, it makes sense why I was a little shithead when I was younger. Kind of makes sense when you put those things like into a container and it's like, huh. Now the result is I just smoke a lot of weed, and now I'm pretty chill. You were a child, and now you're a slightly taller child with a lot of hair. Although it's invisible. Hair. A lot of hair. Sorry to hear that. Just hope that you're not born with my brain if you ever get reborn, yeah? But, I don't know. I've mellowed out. Down. Okay. It is kind of you know what? Hold on. Chat didn't die. What? No, I'm just simply changing to a color of shirt where you can actually see my hair. There you go. We good. But yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that that Dark got his life together. I mean, I kind of got my life together and then just vanished off the social parts of the internet pretty quick. But then silly people at old job were like, hey, you're entertaining. You should, like, start streaming or something. And I was like, nah, no one would watch me. And then, like, after, like, 6 years, it's my full-time job. Took a while. But, you know, somehow I'm here. People give me money on Patreon to make cool videos and stream Dwarf Fortress, of all things. But, you know, there is, like, you know, a small possibility that will actually be a big creator after Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam. If it sells half as well, if Dwarf Fortress sells half of its wish-listed copies, statistically based on Steam averages, it should have about 30 to 40,000 people playing on release. If it sells less than half of its wish-listed copies. So, hopefully, we'll see. That or I just get buried, which should be par for the course. Pretty standard, frankly. Got guild management shit to do? Go do guild management shit. Everybody's putting stuff in bins and making statues. Speaking of statues, they're doing a biting demonstration. How are you enjoying the military? Terrified, reliving seeing Olin Paddleheel die? Did somebody die? Who the fuck is Olin Paddleheel? Huh. I think maybe one of my merchants died. I think. But Olin may have died a while ago. They did, I missed it. Wait, 4 packs for the price of 3? Oh, for Dwarf Fortress? So, 2 things. Those are never as good as they seem, but I doubt it. I don't think that there will be a buy. They should have like a legacy pack where you can just like buy some for friends, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, I will be gifting that game to a few people when Dwarf Fortress releases. I feel like Dwarf Fortress might end up being one of those games that just ends up getting gifted to more people than not, you know? Like, there are certain games that just, like, large portions of the game's sales is actually just, like, stuff being purchased for other people. I do wonder. I bet you it's, like, a pretty high percentage. Like, things like Duck Game. It's like, Duck Game, like something like 60% of its sales are actually gifts to other people because people just gift Duck Game to people. Like, nobody just buys Duck Game for themselves to play, but people just have Duck Game forced upon them, and then they force it upon other people.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Hobo, how do you like my Andrew WK cosplay? It's not actually quite a white shirt. I should just buy like a white shirt. Take off my glasses and shave and just look really angry. I mean, if I put like fake blood down my nose, I'm not too far off. My hair's the right length. Party hard? When it's time to party, we will party hard. Close enough. Yeah. You know, I should do, if I ever get invited to a Halloween party, I should just be me in a white shirt with my hair down and blood on my face. I should do that. And just walk around with Party Hard playing and on my phone at all times. Like, just with a Bluetooth speaker. Although I'm never going to get invited to a Halloween party ever because I don't have friends, so. And the friends I do have don't party like that. Oh, also, yeah, I'll bet you that Tabletop Simulator is really high up there. Because I didn't buy Tabletop Simulator. I was gifted Tabletop Simulator by somebody and then actually never played with that person. Also, Stone, because you haven't asked yet, you are angry upon dwelling into from getting into an argument, and you're 67 years old. So, 15th of the Galena in the year 334. You know, I'm just going to screenshot this for you, Stone, for your own records. Actually, here, you know what? Let's do this. There's your dwarf at the age of 67. Posted in Dwarf Talk. And you're the lead of the Hobbyist Wrestling Squad. Pretty esteemed role, I would say, in the Fortress. I don't know. I've never played genital jousting, so I'm not sure how that's relevant. The important question is, do you guys think that Andrew WK has played Party Hard? I mean, like, do you think Andrew WK has played Party Hard? I wonder. Also, God, I wish that Party Hard was actually good. I hate that game so much. It's so bad, but man, I wish it was actually good. That game's just unpleasant to play. Like, it should be fun, but it's just really not. Hey, you're finally done with Wake. Welcome, Blake. What's up? How's thing? Oh, also, I guess I can officially announce this now. Because the poll on Patreon would be done by now. So the poll on Patreon is now finished, meaning you can no longer vote. And 69% of you out of 13 total votes, 69% of you have voted on JDRF, and 31% voted Doctors Without Borders. So on my birthday, June 3rd, we will be raising money for juvenile diabetes. So... nice, yes, naturally. But yeah, that's what we'll be raising money for. Which means I should probably reach out to my JDRF correspondent person that I know. Be like, by the way. Because you guys won the vote. We narrowed it down to 2 via Twitch chat and then locked it in. So, good voting, chat room. Been a while since I raised money for them. Last time was August of last year, I think. Hey, Trizuka. What up? How thing? Thank you.
Happy early birthday.
For the $10. Spirate. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $10 from a space pirate? I hope you didn't steal that in space. I really hope that those are not ill-gotten bits. Yeah, that. Got a fucking dot on my glasses.
Thanks to AdAnimal104 for my sub gift.
Seriously though, Animal, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Cutest Ghost. I can't. 21 months. For, you know, being around to be able to be gifted a sub. Although I'll bet you, I'm just going to throw this out there. I'll bet you that your region probably isn't buying a lot of ad space on Twitch right now, so I kind of doubt you'd be getting ads regardless of if you're subbed. But yeah, no, I turn 28 on June 3rd. I'm becoming an old man, but you know, you do get ads. Well, that's even more fucked up. That's definitely wasted advertisements. Although maybe it's like Russian-speaking countries purchasing ads and they're just getting distributed. But thank you for being around to be gifted subs. Probably for like not eating Tide Pods, I would guess, would be what Cutest to be getting ads for. 28 was the age you remember as the age that you started to get fat. I'm actually ecstatic because this past year is like the first year in like 8 that I've actually been at like a normal people weight. I weigh 58 kilos. Which is up from 51 kilos at the beginning of last year. So currently I weigh 127 pounds. Oh, and as where previously I was 112. I'm skinny. What's even better is I'm 6 feet tall. Which is like 1 point something. What is that even in meters? 1.8 meters? Yeah, I'm slender. My little sister used to always get mad at me because it's like, my little sister's like 5'2" or something. Like, she's pretty short. And she's just like, wait, are you telling me that I weigh more than you? I'm like, sorry. My body just doesn't work properly. You were easy 95? Yeah, that's usually what happens is people are like, holy shit, like, you weigh as much as my thigh. I get that quite a bit. But yeah, no, I'm ecstatic because like I actually fit my belt again. No, I mean, I've been an unhealthy weight since I started my last night shift job. I'm receiving texts from my friend. Apparently there's an issue on public transit, which is annoying. Because I'm going to a concert tonight. I have to leave at like 5. I have to walk out the door at 5:30. 1 minute left. If anybody has a resub, pop it now, and you'll get that. But yeah, no, I was pretty consistently around 120 pounds for most of the teens, like from about 2012 until about 2020. But in 2020, my weight dropped. And the reason my weight dropped was because I was hyperglycemic and I was unaware. And it took me about a year and a half to get diagnosed, and I got diagnosed at the beginning of 2020 as a type 1 diabetic. So now I'm a treated type 1 diabetic, which means I can actually like gain weight, which is nice. BJ Forget with the Prime sub for a 5th month. Welcome back. Cheers. I'm like literally staring at fucking Google Maps right now trying to figure out a thing. Right, there was a... Oh, really? I've seen... I can't pronounce the name. I've seen both of those bands. Not at the same time, but I've seen both of them. Fantastic shows. Did they bring the big... but, you know, no one... You didn't feel like going solo? I would have gone to go see Baroness solo. Absolutely, I would have gone to go see Baroness solo. Although all of the concerts I've seen, it take me about an hour and a half to get there via train. So, one of the best things that I ever did when I was manically going to way too many shows was I went to this really small punk show at an Irish bar downtown Vancouver on West Pender. And then that show ended, and we looked around and we're like, are any other shows going on? And we realized there was an indie show with 4 different indie bands that are all local to here, happening at a place called The Venue. And tickets were only $12. And we're like, fuck yeah. So we walked like 6 blocks over, and we caught the last 2 acts of that, and that ended at 10. And it was 10 o'clock at night. And we were just like, well, what are we going to do now? We looked across the street, and there's this big sign. It's like, Prong and Baroness. And we're just like, really? Baroness is playing? We walk across the street, and for another $30, we got to catch like the last half of Baroness's set. It was the most concerts I've ever been to in one day. Baroness is fantastic. I've seen them twice. Hold on a second. Expo line from 9:30 p.m. until the end of the line. The trains will work single track at the Main Street line. Getting home tonight is going to suck. Apparently okay, so get this. There are 2 significant delays on public transit right now. Train line from 9:30 p.m. until the end of service. Trains will be single track both ways from station to station. I'm not going to say what stations. And new waterfront bound trains will end at Commercial Broadway, and transfers will be required. And then also there's maintenance, which allows an extra 15 to 20 minutes travel from where I am to where I need to go. And then also there was a police incident at Edmonds Station, and trains are now running with only the maintenance work, causing even more delays, effective from 10 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Brilliant. Well, hopefully it's unfucked by the time I need to leave. Cool. Chick Stoner Doom Posty Mix. So I was talking about this earlier, Truzoica. Do you happen to use Spotify? Because I have a playlist of that shit if you want more Chick Stoner Doomy Posty stuff. Because It's fucking incredible. Not enough of that stuff in this world. Hold on. Let me grab that playlist for you. So yeah, chat, I think I might end 10 minutes earlier than I was planning on, and heading out a little bit early. Here, I'll plop it in chat. Give me a second. The name of the playlist is pretty great. Oh, also, I did a cheesy thing this morning, which I've talked about a couple of times, but when I tweeted out my stream that I was going live today, I tweeted at Holy Fuck, saying it's like, I get to go see Holy Fuck today, so keeping it a nice easy 8 hours, and they liked it. But I'm pretty sure, that it's just the band that runs their Twitter based on how that Twitter works. So that's kind of neat. You got a dwarf farmer necromancer? Well, it's just a farmer with weird hobbies. Also, chat, is my stream still live? Okay, Discord back now. Sweet. Discord? Whenever that happens, I'm always panic. I panic for a second. Go, did my internet just go out? No, it didn't. Oh, speaking of internet, so I got a random ass phone call yesterday at like midday. And it was from my internet provider, Shaw. And I was like, why the fuck is Shaw calling me? Are they going to try and sell me a TV? And I pick up the phone, I'm like, hello? This guy's like, yeah, we're just calling to like make sure that you're happy with our service. By the way, this call is being monitored for like customer quality assurance and purposes. I was like, all right. And they're just like, and he's like, so have you had a good time with our service? It's like, you've been with us now for 6 months. I'm just like, generally, yes. And then I complained about the one time the internet went out without their notice. And they're like, oh no, that's awful. So they gave me $40 off a month for the next 2 months, which I'm pretty happy about. And then they didn't try to sell me anything, which was very strange. Like, I think that's a first. I think it's the first time my ISP has phoned me without trying to sell me anything. It's very strange. Farming them bodies? I mean, you gotta farm something. Crops is crops is crops, right? How we doing on those? Oh, hey, we're almost done with the lead statues. We need to make 2 picks, 1 crutch. 2 low boots. Low boot. 2. Pick. 2. Crutch. Wood. 1. Also, Diamond, if you were unaware, you are our manager, by the way. I mean, that's what I got from them when the internet went out. Like, when the internet went out, they were like, well, it wasn't us that planned this. It was BC Hydro, who's basically like the power and power lines company. They're like repairing the lines, so there's nothing we can do. I'm like, well, like, can you give me any sort of like discount for the lost service? Because it was a day that I was supposed to record 2 podcasts and a bunch of other stuff, which I couldn't do because I had no internet. And they were like, well, we can give you the day discounted off of your internet bill. So I got like $8 credit or something. It was like, oh, that's fucking feels good. Thanks. Not. It was like kind of obnoxious, really, but. Ooh, I feel like lightly sauteed radishes and soy sauce would be really good. Also, chat room, seriously, just thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out today and watching the stream. Plans for tomorrow. Today's a little bit slapdash because I am going to a show tonight, but Plan for tomorrow is we're going to be doing Longdeath, or not Longdeath, the new fort in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we're going to be taking a look at Unexplored 2, which I received key for, which I'm very excited about trying. So we get to try playing Unexplored 2. So new game for the stream and new game for me, because I also didn't play Unexplored 1. And I've heard lots of good things, and people that I trust have been saying very nice things and kind of praising it in a lot of ways. So very much looking forward to trying that. I know it's got mixed, or not mixed reviews, but mostly positive reviews, but that's fine. I'm not too worried. So we're gonna be trying that in the afternoon tomorrow. Yeah, I've heard very good things, Drupin. And then Thursday, if I like Unexplored 2, we might just do a full day of Unexplored 2 with something else in the evening. And then Friday is my birthday, which is when we'll be doing the birthday stream and all that jazz. Is Unexplored 2. It's 2 Unexplored, in fact. 2 Unexplored, 2 Furious. For reference, this is Unexplored 2. Unexplored 1 was very, very, very heavily inspired by traditional roguelikes, and Unexplored 2 is the same thing. But they know what they're doing, which is why they call it a roguelite. You know, they know what the fuck they're doing. Permadeath, no meta progression. It's just a knowledge-based game. Very difficult. We'll die a lot. I'm sure it'll be fun. Looking forward to it. That's how you know it's a good playlist. When you look at it and you're like, I don't recognize any of this shit. But fuck yeah. Much lighter, but the other artist I've been actually, you know what I've been listening to recently, chat? Kind of on repeat. Do you ever just like fall into nostalgia for no fucking reason? This is the other shit I've been listening to for kind of no reason recently. I've literally had that song stuck in my head for the last like 3 or 4 weeks now. Because I went to Moody Row a couple of weekends ago, and when I was in the Moody Ales, specifically the bar that I went to, that was the song that was playing when I walked in, and I was just like, oh my god, it's fucking 2009 again. What happened? Because that shit slaps. Fucking Amberlin's Feel Good Drag. It's a goddamn good song. So we're into summer now? Oh, did you listen to that while running your newspaper route? You know, it's kind of funny because I was watching the music video for that song last night while I was editing the video I uploaded this morning. And while I was, like, watching the video, I scrolled down a little bit and I looked at some of the comments. Oh, shit. Are those seeds or are those holes? It's behind my camera right now so you guys can't see. But are these seeds or are these holes? I think they're seeds. I hope they're seeds. Nope, those are holes. Looks like nobody fell in there, though. But I was listening to that music video, and I looked at the comment section, and there was a comment basically saying, it's like, this song has accompanied me through every single portion of my life. It accompanied me through high school when I had no friends. It accompanied me through a marriage, then through a failing marriage, and now after my failed marriage, and my parents my mom just passed away, and this song is still making me happy. Thank you very much for this song continuing to accompany throughout every single journey of my life. And I'm like, you know what? That is very true for a lot of like music that I grew up with. It's like there's a lot of songs out there that I listened to a lot when I was younger. It's like another song that I always go back to is The Prayer of the Refugee by Rise Against. It's like, is that a particularly good song? No. Is it a catchy earworm that lasts 3 minutes? Yes, and it's a good one. And I could listen to that song once a day for the rest of my life and not get tired of it. Which is also why I still listen to Weezer. Because Beverly Hills slaps and you can't change my mind, okay? Early summer. Early summer. What is we asking for? We're working on stuff? Cool.
Crypt Bear.
Vest, thank you very much for the 10th month on an 8th month streak. Welcome back. And cheers. Think. Don't forget to pet the rat. Definitely gotta pet the rat. Important. Mandatory, even. Thank you very much for keeping the stream funded. One resub at a time. Speaking of resubs, Hobo, look at your hat. Next to your name, by the way. Oh yeah, no, every single one of Rise Against's albums had at least one or two bangers. Like I think that the quality of their music kind of dwindled off towards like the end of their high roller run, but they had a lot of bangers. And you know what's kind of funny? You know what Rise Against and Godsmack of all people have been doing for the past like 10 years? Touring around to high schools and teaching band practice. In like North America and like a mix of European and third world countries. Like they've been literally traveling and teaching kids band practice. Which is just way too fucking cool to me. Like, imagine that being something that you get to do. But apparently Rise Against is like touring again. Speaking of tours, Hobo, I've heard rumors and murmurs out of the music industry that supposedly there's an Electric Callboy Papa Roach tour in the works. If that happens, I need to go to it. Like a North American Papa Roach Electric Callboy tour. Yep, tonal whiplash, but let's fucking go. Also, good wins Aqua and Space Pirate. I hope you didn't invest a bunch again, Diamond. So you grabbed a handful of radishes as a snack. Yeah. Speaking of radishes, by the way, Darren, the radishes that I'm growing in my community garden plot are going to be ready very soon. So very much looking forward to that. Be an amazing tour, right? Like Jesus. Also, everybody look at Hobo's hat. This is the first time I've seen one of those in my chat. That's fucking 60 months. 5 years. That's what she said. Space Pirate. You got that drip? You know, I only just like figured out what that shit means. You know, I had to look it up because I was listening to I was listening to Limp Bizkit. I was like, what the fuck's he talking about? Like, literally, I was listening to that song. I was like, I'm very confused. What in the world is Fred Durst on about in this song? You're so fly that your hat's got a hat, and you got some dank sunglasses, man. You've gotten past the balding phase, and now you're into the level up era. Such a goddamn long time to be subbed, though. Which means it's been 5 years since I originally got affiliate. That's crazy. Like, that is genuinely crazy to me. What's even better is, like, my bot hasn't been subbed to me for that long. My bot's only at 55 months. It's got to be, like, only 1 or 2 people that have that badge. Like, it can't be that many. It's only a small handful of people that had that badge for that long. Yeah, Hobo is more months than Calcium Crypt. Because, like, so when you get Twitch Partner, you get a free sub for your bot. Before you get Twitch Partner, you don't. So the only times that my bot had subs was when subs got gifted to the bot. But when the affiliate program launched, this is taking it back, you couldn't gift subs. Gifting subs wasn't a thing. Yeah, you were the second person to subscribe to the channel. Well, you were number 2. But yeah, when I got affiliate, gifting subs wasn't a thing. You couldn't gift subs. And then it took them like 2 years or something to be able to gift multiple subs at once. Is that my mare? That's Jimmy Tibby. Where the fuck's my mare? Wait, what? Okay, this is incredible. Chat, so Jimmy Tibby was as depressed and stressed out as a dwarf could possibly be. It was the purple text, right? They've gone down to yellow. That's crazy. That is completely crazy. But yeah, the person who subscribed first is still subbed to the channel and occasionally stops by to drop his resubs. Every, like, 6 months or so. Just pop in, check in, say hi, sometimes gift a sub or 2 and then leave. But yeah, so because you couldn't gift subs previously on Twitch, my bot wasn't subbed for the first bunch of months. My bot didn't start getting subbed to the channel consistently until my bot didn't start getting subbed to the channel consistently until gift subs were a thing. So I think there was like one time where I logged in on it and subbed to myself and then unsubbed, but yeah, I think that the longest subscription I have to a channel is like 60 something months. It's like 63 or 64 months now. The humans have arrived. Any royal treasury this time? Still just the one faction? Yeah, still just the one faction. Man. Gosh. Gotta be careful about those wheelbarrows. Yeah, no, it's been a long time. It's definitely been a long time. Which means maybe over the next few weeks we'll maybe over the next few weeks we'll actually get a few 60-month resubs. There. Twitter, why are you making noises at me? Chat. This is a crime against microphones. That's all I have to say. This is a crime against microphones. That's disgusting. Thanks, Mandalore, for tweeting like that out or retweeting that. The COVID save microphone. Yeah, there's a point where it's just like, that's just gross. Is it? I wouldn't know, Hobo. My God. So on the topic of dumb, or not dumb concerts, on the topic of concerts, I just received a your hand-picked events list from Ticketmaster, which is usually very, very wrong. But these are all shows happening in Vancouver this year, right? In order: Shinedown, 3 Days Grace, Greta Van Fleet, Motley Crue, and The Killers. Wow. Just fucking wow. That's not one show, obviously. Those are all different shows, but Jesus. It soundproofs just your mouth? Shh. Oh, so like other people can't hear you? Oh, okay. I guess I could see why that would make sense. But still, I don't know, man. Still a crime against microphones. It's still a crime. I maintain that it is a crime. That way you can make notes of like facial expressions while you write down what record? They used to look way worse. It's not that they look worse, it's just that would just be really gross to use after 10 minutes. Like it would, in like a couple of minutes, it would just be full of saliva, sweat, and your own breath stank. Like it would just be blech. I've actually been listening to a lot of music recently, and I'm just sitting here trying to like think of other things. Oh yeah, Hobo, I don't know if you saw, but my copy of Night Gnomes, the newest psychedelic porn crumpets album, arrived. It's very similar to their last album. It kind of feels like part 2 of their album before, which was Shigaya. It feels like a part 2 of that. Good album overall. Not my favorite. I think my favorite is still High Visceral Part 1. But it's up there. I think I like it more than Shigaya. Although, unfortunately, I can't actually show it on stream because there's a lot of boobies on the cover. Like, there's a lot of boobies. There's a lot of topless women on the cover of that record. So I cannot show that on Twitch. Definitely not safe for Twitch. Or rather, maybe not worth risking to show on Twitch. But it's good. I'm gonna maybe like on Sunday or something do a record stream and show some of the new records I've gotten, because I've received some new records this month, and stuff that I ordered like ages ago. Like ages ago. I'm kind of just waiting on the new what do you call it? I'm kind of waiting on the new Sergeant Thunderhoof record to arrive. When that arrives, I'm gonna do some record streams again. Because I kickstarted that ages ago, so. Like ages and ages ago. But it's been shipped, so. Speaking of things that have been shipped, still waiting on my playdate, which is apparently stuck at the border. I do have a shipping number for it. It's very close to me. it's at the border. It's been at the border for a week. So unless someone's trying to smuggle drugs across the border with my playdate, I should have my playdate soon. So to those of you who watch the YouTube channel, get ready for playdate videos. I'll probably do like an unboxing. I'll probably do a review, and then I'm going to do videos of each game as they come out as part of my playthrough, which will be 2 games a week for like 4 months or something. And then I'll also do some videos of other things. Just fucking playing with my playdate. You goddamn Border Patrol. This is an old story, but years ago I went down to the States to get a bunch of computer hardware. A steering wheel and a flight stick and throttle, which I ended up selling later. But for synthesizer money. But I when I was coming back across the border, I was like kind of haggard and tired because I'd spent like 8 hours in a bus. I was carrying a Rubbermaid container, which was just full of computer gear. And I go up to the guy at the border guard, and he looks at me and he goes, "What's in the bin?" I open up the bin, and it's like a flight stick and throttle and a steering wheel and a bunch of other stuff. He's like, "Did you buy it?" I'm like, "Nope." And he goes, "Really?" I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "Well, so how did you get it then?" I'm like, "Friend is moving, so I helped him pack a bunch of boxes," which is true. I helped him load a bunch of shit into his car and pack stuff up, and he gave this to me as a gift in exchange. He goes, "Huh. Well, I can't prove that you're lying, so instead I will just simply say, what are you going to use this for?" I'm like, "Well, I'm going to use it for work." He looks at me and goes, "What do you do?" I'm like, "Oh, no." So then I talked about Twitch with the Border Patrol guard for like 5 minutes and held up the line. So maybe I'm the asshole. I don't know. But it was like a weirdly mixed day because like getting back into Canada, not a problem. Totally fine. No issue. Super easy. Got to talk about Twitch with the border guard. Going down into the States made me take my shirt off and strip searched me because apparently I'm suspicious. Yeah, well, I mean, it was a professional interview, right? They were trying to figure out why, but like the reason I was suspicious going down was because it was a Wednesday. I was going down on a Wednesday, and they like looked at my age, and they're like mid-20s. I'm like, "How are you traveling down here on a Wednesday?" I'm like, "I have the day off." They're like, "What do you do for a living?" I'm like, "Well, I work. I'm self-employed, but I work part-time at McDonald's." They just like immediately call bullshit. They're just like, "This kid's selling drugs." Long hair, works at McDonald's part-time, has day off on a Wednesday. Did I refuse to look him straight in the eyes? I can't look anybody straight in the eyes because I have coloboma in my eyes, which means even if I'm looking directly at you, it looks like I'm looking past you. It is actually like if I look past you, it'll look like I'm looking you in the eyes. If I'm looking somebody in the eyes, it looks like I'm looking in the other direction. It is impossible for me to look you straight in the eyes. Speaking of looking people straight in the eyes, how you doing, Goldberg? Hope you're doing all right. Everyone knows smugglers only move product on Wednesdays in giant Rubbermaid containers. That's an attempted joke. It's funny because it's true though. It is like I am very sus at borders because like I'm always doing it on weird days, weird times of the day. Although now I'm older, so people will like take you more seriously when you're an adult instead of like someone who looks like a child, I guess, with long hair. People just automatically assume delinquent. It's funny. Every single time I've gone down to the States in the last decade, I've been held up or questioned or like pulled aside. I must just like look. Maybe it's just I look like I have like the same length hair as Jared Leto, so everybody just assumes I'm in a cult. Maybe that's what it is. Just blame Jared Leto. Him and his mid to bad tier band. You know, every now and again, I'll like have a weird mood and I'll just sit down and listen to a bunch of 30 Seconds to Mars and just go, yep, this exists. That's about my it's like, this makes me feel nostalgic for a lot of Call of Duty montages, because that's all I really remember 30 Seconds to Mars from. This is war. Sure. Apparently it is. I can't deny that it wasn't. Hi, Pablo. What up? Hope you had a good weekend. Now I have thanks. I have that stuck in my head now. Great. I always love the comments on 30 Seconds to Mars videos, though, when it's just like, man, this guy seems really talented. He should get into movies. Big field party with a bouncy castle on a water slide like 2 stories tall. Had a designated driver and everything. Was that the day that you popped into my chat, like, inebriated? Or was this, like, a day that I wasn't streaming? You just watched Requiem. Wait. Oh, wow, yeah, that's Jared Leto, isn't it? That's actually, like, a really good movie, though. Not that anybody should ever watch it, but... Ooh, what was the artifact bed made out of? Diamond. Okay. Because there was a day, I think it was like Thursday last week, where you were in my chat pretty silly. T-shirt change? Yeah, so you could actually see my hair. Is my hair's down now? Microcline. Well, that's pretty good. As long as it's made out of not wood. Yeah, I mean, artifact beds can be made out of anything. That's why, like, one of my dreams in Dwarf Fortress is to get an adamantine bed. Yeah, no, my hair, like, Diamond did the hair down command, and it was, like, completely invisible on the black shirt, so... Figured I would properly display the glory that is my hair metal hair. Someone in a YouTube comment a couple days ago said that I could join a Van Halen cover band and no one would question it. It's a great compliment. Well, I mean, most people are. Just some people are better at it than others. Pink? You think that that's 212 degrees Celsius? You know, I'm not great at transfers from F to C, but I'm pretty sure that if it was 212 degrees Celsius outside, you'd be on fire. Like, or at the very least, charcoal. So... So you're just dead? Can I just say that Cog Mind Tomes is a great name? The herbalist has created Mid-Rim Bussin, a microcline bed, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cog Mind Tomes. Mine all those tomes. You're making do? Well, the fact that you can still type is quite impressive. I hope that you're getting by. That sounds like a rough time indeed. Oh, geez, I forgot to turn the water back on. You know what? Let's not do that. 3 picks, 2 low boots. So no deaths so far today, but also no children. So we literally have gained no progress. Polylol's gonna go pull the lever. Yep. It'll do that for a bit. That's what hair gel's for, though. is you like try and do your best to keep it okay. The second it gets long enough where you can start tying it back and it's longer than that in the little tie back bit, that's where having long hair becomes worth it. But there is like an 8-month period of this fucking sucks. But from people's descriptions, I think that goes for a lot of things. Like it goes for long hair, it goes for beard. Like if you're growing out a beard, really, really sucks for a bit. Sounds like you live in hell, Pablo. That's too okay. Let me tell you how hot it is outside right now. It is 19 degrees Celsius outside, which is 66 degrees Fahrenheit. And in my opinion, that's too hot. That's my take. It's too hot. Too fucking hot. Some days in the summer, you really consider shaving off the beard. Yeah, you mentioned that at TwitchCon. You're just like, man, sometimes the beard just gets really hot, but like, yeah. Because you can't really like tie it back like hair, right? Like for me, like if I get too warm, just tie my hair back. Problem solved. Like literally problem solved. Just tie the hair back. Issue avoided. I turn on the AC when it hits 22 degrees Celsius outside. Which is 71. If it's 71 Fahrenheit outside, it hits about 80 in my apartment, and that's too hot. You need to like learn basic maths, my dude. 22 is not 120 Fahrenheit. No, 22 is like, yeah, 71. You went to college? Then why make yourself look dumb? Put a kappa at the end or something. Ooh. I just got, so I support Sock Pop, that studio that puts, a studio that puts out, technically they're supposed to put out one game a month, but they're a little bit behind, and they just posted a teaser for their newest game, which is this. This looks like my kind of shit, man. Oh man, looking forward to it. I really want to see a dwarf write a book called Animal Crossing. Where's Jimmy at? Jimmy. You want to practice martial art? You want to fight? Let's let you join the military. And we'll see what it does to your mental state. After you meet with the mayor, of course. Well, then, if you're trying to make yourself look bad, don't try and justify your badness. Like, if I say that you're making yourself sound really silly, you should say like, I know, or something. But if you're just like, I went to school. You're not good as being bad? I'm also not good as being bad. I'm much bad as being good. Clap. I'm worried, so I'm gonna go check traffic again. Why? What do you mean you're world building? Which to say it isn't useful? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, come on, the best kind of lore isn't useful at all, like the Bible. Pray to the glittery secret. It's a good god. I like it. Also, chat, you know, today's been good overall. I got no complaints. Plenty of people talking, lots of chatter, but views have been a little low today. So if you're lurking in the channel, I'm just curious. Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Curious how many people are lurking in the stream right now. Well, maybe not since Glow is featured in this. Okay, wine then. Fine. Pink. Nah. If I had a hamster emote, you could do a round of hamsters. The DF tube? I mean, I would think that the DF tube would be this. The glass tube full of lava. But that's fine, chaps. And Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting your 511th subscription in the channel to Man Average. Mr. Average Man. Cheers, dude. Speaking of podcasts, for those of you who listen to podcasts, even if you don't listen to it normally, you should absolutely listen to the most recent episode of the Halcyon Frequency podcast because it has Tekid in it. We needed a guest host, so I summoned a Tekid. Exclamation point podcast. Because everybody in the team was either sick or out of the country, so, or not available, so. You kind of forgot about that song, and now it's like crazy nostalgia. Dude, I've been, like I said, I've had that song, like at this rate, it's going to be my most played song on Spotify this year. Like I've had that song, I've listened to that song on average, I'd say 4 to 5 times a day in the last couple of weeks. Maybe for like the last month, I've listened to it maybe about 5 times a day. Oh, also, Pablo, you don't need to worry about typing in commands that don't work and don't do anything. Instead, you can just type in crypt burr, which is our freebie beer emote for all followers. So unless, like, you know, you unfollowed me or something silly, you now have access to crypt burr, and you can burr in the chat, even if you can't beer. It's like beer, but like because you're not paying me, you lose a letter, so it goes from being a beer to being a burr. Arch was a good sport with all the Dwarf Fortress talk. Yeah, he had no idea what we were on about for half of it. Truly had no idea. Considering, like, before we started recording, literally the first thing I said to Tekid was, like, if we haven't convinced Arch to play Dwarf Fortress by the end of this podcast, we failed. He's like, oh, it's that kind of show, eh? Turns out we didn't need to convince him because he convinced himself, but, you know. You had a week of Revival and Sonic Youth. You a bit too much. Oh no. I don't know. I've just been listening to way too much Amberlin recently. I don't know why. The one thing about that song is it is like almost impossible to sing. It's kind of funny. Like I was curious, and I was looking at footage of Amberlynn playing Feel Good Drag live, and there's like 1 or 2 performances of it where they did a good job. It's like there's a performance in Jimmy Kimmel, which is really good, but it's hard to tell if they're actually singing or if it's like lip synced partially. And every other performance like they ever did, like he misses half of the lyrics. It's just like, that is like, there is no time to breathe in that entire song. Like, just period. Like, it's 3 minutes, you're not allowed to breathe. is quite literally that song. Like, it's a catchy jam, but my God, that's a tough vocal track. Like, you really need 2 people to do it properly. I'd actually love to hear a cover of that song as a duet. You could do a really good job with that. Also, Spitalier, thank you very much for being the 2nd person this week to gift a sub. Here's dude. And thank you, Darren, for being the 3rd person this week to gift a sub. Cheers, man. Gifting a sub to Frosty Mug. I'm not sure has actually spoken in the chat. They just pop in and post emotes, which is fine. I think they might have said hello once or twice. But yes, beers and burrs in chat. And all of that. Subs and subs and subs. Well, not quite subs and subs. Sub and sub. Those subs weren't plural. So right now, literally all I'm doing is just making lead statues and distributing them. But hey, we made 300 more statues today, so that's good. I'm gonna make another 1,000 rock crowns. Let's see how you feel about being in the military, Jimmy. Thing is, your brother linked you a few of the Carpenter songs. Sonic Youth singer sang for the Carpenters, really? Because I don't really like the Carpenters, but I do like Sonic Youth. That's weird. I'm gonna send you away before you start causing problems. Yeah, you're not gonna do well in the military. Sorry, Dwarf. Just go back to what you were doing. They're great but terrible. Like the way Limp Bizkit is great but terrible. What is this asphyxiated, anxious way of singing? Oh man, that's one way to put it. That's certainly a way to put it. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard a handful of their songs, but I've never really listened to them long enough to really think about it too hard. Although, I've asked this question on stream a couple of times in the past. And I need an honest answer from you, chat room. Are the Killers a dad rock band? Also, holy shit, one of my unicorns died of old age. Damn. Yeah, are the Killers a dad rock band? I've asked this before, and the last time I asked it, chat got weirdly offended but agreed with me. Do you still listen to the Killers, Pablo? Dude, Mr. Brightside still slaps, though. Coming out of my cage and I'm doing just fine. So the reason I ask if the Killers are a dad rock band, this is why I ask. Is they put out... Okay, is this going to play sound? This better not play sound. Hold up. Okay, muting YouTube. It's because the Killers wrote a song with Bruce Springsteen. That's why I ask if they're a dad rock band. They did a combo collaboration with Bruce Springsteen. I haven't listened to it. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with being a dad rock band, okay? Some of my favorite bands of all time are absolutely dad rock bands. "90% of any artists would do a collab with Bruce Springsteen if asked. He's a legend." True, I would do a collab with Bruce Springsteen if he asked me. Like, if Bruce Springsteen was like, yo, could I come on your stream for an hour and, like, I don't know, play Fortnite? I'd be like, yes, I'll install Fortnite. Never played it before, but, you know. I like how you just ask if it's a meme song because it's always recommended. You think not yet? Well, see, because, like, I've heard many people say that, like, the Red Hot Chili Peppers have graduated to dad rock. How would you define dad rock? Music that only dads listen to. Like, you don't necessarily need to have been a dad. Like, Weezer's a dad rock band. Like, to be a Weezer fan, you have to be, like, late 20s, early 40s, either balding or have way too many tattoos and long hair, and ideally a dad bod. To be a fan of Weezer, right? To be like the stereotypical Weezer fan, Weezer's a dad rock band, right? Weezer's fantastic. Beverly Hills slaps, okay? Stop describing you. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, no, Red Hot Chili Peppers is like 1,000% a dad rock band. I'm trying to think of, like, other good examples. AC/DC is a dad rock band. They're maybe, like, the best example of a dad rock band. I'd almost call Slayer a dad rock band, but not quite. That's a pretty good album art. You know what? You know what album? You know what band that reminds me of? It reminds me of a lot of. I know the name of this band. It's on the tip of my tongue. I've seen them twice. They're from Sweden. I know that doesn't really mean much. Think dad rock used to be called classic rock? Well, you see, no, because dad rock encompasses, like, okay, I would pretty comfortably call Nickelback dad rock. No, because Nine Inch Nails and Tool are good. Maybe some early Nine Inch Nails. I wouldn't... Like, Tool is just metal, right? Which is why the Killers threw you. Yes, but, like, my local classic rock station plays The Killers. and Nickelback. So I'm being added with stuff. I'll look into that later. I can't look at it now. Bing. Third Eye Blind, I would call dad rock. That's just wrong. Well, time moves. See, like, classic rock is a very specific era of rock and roll between like 1980 to about like 1992. Like, big bands from that era, that's classic rock. Yeah, they're more like Nine Inch Nails is more like just obscure, well, not obscure, but like a specific style of music. Like, I wouldn't even call Nine Inch Nails rock. Like, they're almost like synth pop. Actually, it's just like, you know, one dude's magical journey through music. Dark Tranquillity is the band that I was thinking of that album art reminds me of. Gotcha. Well, you added me with it, so. If you like those album arts, like, check out the album art for this song. Fucking fantastic. I feel like dad rock is like classic rock, but for late 90s, early 2000s music. Used the Nine Inch Nails logo on it. Was that official? I never realized. I never thought about that, actually. Yeah, well, I mean, I would say that dad rock is like, it's like pop rock. It's like that same era as pop rock to a degree, late 90s to like mid to late 2000s. But it's the music that people still listen to. Very few people still listen to pop rock. I mean, I listen to pop rock occasionally, but that's like not frequent. But like music that's still played a lot that you hear on the radio. So like music that was big enough in that era to get on the radio and still get played on the radio now is kind of what I would classify as dad rock. So stuff that got big enough in like 1998 to 2010, stuff that got big enough in that era that's been put on the radio and is still played there. Fucking Chronic, man. Jeez. I mean, I don't know if you listen to Sergeant Thunderhoof, but Nirvana confuses me because, like, on one hand, I fucking love Nirvana, right? Nirvana is fantastic. But the thing that drives me nuts about Nirvana is that you see Nirvana merchandise everywhere to this day. And half the people wearing Nirvana shit don't know who Nirvana is. Like, it's just, it's surpassed being a band, and now it's just a punk. Yeah, Foo Fighters is definitely dad rock. 1000% Foo Fighters is dad rock. See, now that would make a lot more sense because Nine Inch Nails did a collaboration with Quake. I own every single one of their albums physically in some format. I have 2 CDs and everything else on vinyl. So yeah, that makes a lot more sense, drumming. They're the platonic ideal of dad rock. The platonic ideal. Imagine being the platonic ideal of anything. Then, I have a question, chat. Then what the fuck are the Misfits? Are the Misfits classic rock, or are they just kind of like in that weird era of music? I mean, Metallica's like is the platonic ideal of dad rock. Are the Misfits like obscure enough to just still be considered punk? Because like I like some of the Misfits. I don't listen to a lot of the Misfits, but I like some of it. But I never quite understood the fervor around them, I guess. Like I never quite got the obsession with them. From what I could tell, like the obsession with the Misfits was kind of like a time and place thing, and I think I'm just too young for that. They're just plain old punk. Now I'm going to ask you an honest question. If the Foo Fighters are the platonic ideal of dad rock, then what's Bad Religion? Because visually, they are far and away the most dad rock band. Like, they're a band of dads, but I don't think that I would call Bad Religion dad rock. You know? I mean, like, fucking love Bad Religion, but I mean, look at these guys. They like half of them were professors. Like Greg is a university professor. So it's like imagine like going to university and then realizing that your science prof is in Bad Religion. Bob Seger, 1000%. Yep, absolutely. But yeah, I love Bad Religion, but they are somewhere between dad rock and the thinking man's punk, because their lyrics are still incredible. But like Bad Religion, aside from aside from like the band name, they're not a very threatening band, right? Like, I just showed a picture of Bad Religion, right? Let's just go Misfits, rock band. Okay, you guys, I just showed the Bad Religion image. This is the Misfits. I don't think I need to do a side-by-side here. So I never quite understood what was up with like the middle of the forehead hair horn thing, but true. So like I guess by that definition they wouldn't be dad rock then, because wait, Hobo, please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Is Ghost becoming a dad rock band? Hobo's gonna kill me. Because like by Chups' definition, they're going in that direction. And the seasons change. Yeah, so exactly. Well, I mean, Rise Against's whole, like, it's like Rise Against and Anti-Flag. Neither of them could become dad rock. Papa Roach, for sure. Fucking 1000%. Dr. Roach? Papa Roach is a dad. Like, you know what's another dad rock band? If any of you remember this band, I'll be slightly impressed. Saliva. Does anybody remember the band Saliva? Anybody? Because you know who they are. You've heard their one song that everybody's heard. Fucking click, click, boom. Click, click, boom! It's Saliva. Click, click. They're like the band that would have opened for Early Autumn, by the way. Stone, heads up. They are the band that would have opened for Red Hot Chili Peppers when Red Hot Chili Peppers were relevant. They were in a PS3 commercial? I have no fucking idea. God, I hate NoFX. I've seen NoFX twice. I hate them so much. I remember Power Man 5000 because I unironically love Power Man 5000, but 1000% Power Man 5K. PM 5K is absolutely dad rock. Rhinestone, who's co-hosted a podcast for me for a bit and good friend of the show, he has too many jobs and needs to watch more Twitch, but he lives in Phoenix, Arizona, which is kind of like Power Man 5000's like home grounds, essentially. If you live in Phoenix, Arizona, on an average year, you can see PM 5K about 5 times a year because he does tons of shows around Phoenix every year. Are you asking me if I'm transforming into a teenage girl? I'm very much straight, cis, white male, so no, I don't think that's possible. Plus, I don't think it's possible to age backwards. So no? No, Kiss is classic rock, regrettably. Yes, Rob Zombie's 1000% dad rock. 1000% dad rock. It's just like, you know, I would not call Rage Against the Machine dad rock because they were radical in their politics and Nickelback has been dad rock since Nickelback first put out their first song ever. But like I would never call something like Rage Against or System of a Down. I would never call System of a Down or Rage Against the Machine dad rock because they were radical in their politics. They stuck to them and they never really got to the point where they, I guess, sold out in air quotes. Like, I know some people who claim that Rage Against the Machine sold out on their most recent tour because they, their tickets were like $600. But Rage Against the Machine is fucking legit shit. Love Rage Against the Machine. Speaking of System of a Down, there's a video game coming out. What's the name of that thing? Perfect. I literally just went to Team and typed in Metal Hellsinger, which I highly doubt is going to be Twitch safe. It's a rhythm game It's a rhythm game FPS featuring music from Dark Tranquillity, Ginger, Soilwork, Trivium, System of a Down, a band I don't recognize actually, which I probably should. Lamb of God, Arch Enemy, and Black Crown. Initiate. There's only one band on here I don't recognize. Well, I gotta look them up then. Avenged Sevenfold. More like irrelevant, but sure. Let me know when you want me to scroll stone, as per usual. Ooh, raspberry seeds. Should we plant raspberries? I should plant some raspberries. I think we should plant some raspberries. I'm gonna plant some raspberries. Five Finger Death Punch is, Five Finger Death Punch is almost skinhead rock. Five Finger Death Punch freaks me out a bit, I'm not gonna lie. To this day, one of the weirdest crowds I've ever seen. So me and Hobo saw Five Finger Death Punch, and we left early, but we were there because Papa Roach was one of the two openers. The other opener was 6 a.m., which was Nikki Sixx's band of Motley Crue. That might actually be one of the worst performances I've ever seen in my life. I'm scrolling down now, Stone. I'm assuming you got it. Hey, look, they brought a horse. Strawberry wine with raspberry wine? Fuck yeah, why not? Why not? Really? You went to a concert with the band, and the band only had a few songs. To extend the gig, they started playing Killing in the Name of, but they didn't know the whole... Did they know the whole song? Of course. Really? I've seen Sabaton 6 times, and I hope to extend that to 7 at some point. So wait, they played a medley? Disturbed is dad rock. I love Disturbed dearly. Like, Disturbed fills a very, very specific hole in my heart, and I love Disturbed. But 1,000% they're dad rock. Like, 1,000% they're dad rock. No question. If you plant blackberry and raspberry bushes at your community gardens, you will see a lot of interest in planting a huge row of them. So the community garden that I'm in has this big triple plot in the middle, right? It's 3 of the normal size garden plots side by side, all attached. It's full of black currants, raspberries, thimbleberries, and a fig tree. And it's for the whole garden to share. So everybody's allowed to take from it and pick them and do what you want. Yeah, not that big due to the horse. Shoutouts to humans. Look at the ground. Now back to me. Now back at the ground. Now back at me. I'm on a horse. And I'm slaughtering that horse. Like, immediately. What are you? Cussy? Hey there, man. How are the HU? I'm not going to call them a dad rock band, if that's what you're asking. The Who are great. Curious on what that black opal figurine was? Oop. Of a grizzly bear. This is a black opal figurine of a grizzly bear. On the item is an image of a grizzly bear in black opal. It is encircled with bands of birch. On the item is a well-designed image of a capybara in horse bone. Pretty. You know, chat, when somebody asks me, Blind, how many subs do you have on Twitch? I can say it's about 350. Thumbs up. It is fancy, yeah. With a llama tattoo made of horse bone? I don't know if it's necessarily a tattoo on the bear. Like, it may not necessarily be on the bear. It might be like around the base of the bear or something. A lot of different options. You know, by the time I finish emptying out all of these boulders, I'm not going to remember how I set this thing up in order to expand on it. An anonymous gifter has gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Cheers. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the anonymous gifter? I always want to read anonymous gifter as anonymous gopher. And I do actually know somebody who goes by an anonymous gopher on Twitch, who gifts subs every now and again. It's really funny because everybody misreads it as anonymous. They're like, thanks, anonymous. And then they realize afterwards, oh shit, sorry, gopher. It's very funny. But thank you to Anonymous. Shout out. Now it's about Tree 51. You know what? You seem to like this artifact stone. You do. Or not artifact, but this figurine. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to keep it. Also, Black Opal Grizzly sounds like a band name. See how you like your job of being allowed to craft stuff. I'm still so freaked out by the fact that this dwarf is almost recovered. No new babies today, though. Kinda sucks. I apparently need to use the restroom. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. I think I'm also going to eat a boiled egg because I'm not going to do a big lunch today. But I am going to go eat a boiled egg because I'm kind of hungry. So, because I'm going to eat a snack before I head off to the show tonight, right? So, I will be back in a moment. I'm going to go use the restroom and grab a boiled egg and eat it. So, consider this like mini lunch break. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. You guys just got stuck in a screen window. Hiccup. Oh, jeez. I am your liaison from the Mountain Realms. Let's discuss your situation. Streamer went to lunch and waited on that screen too long. What request? Hiccup. Do you have one of our merchants? Fuck. And then let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. God, fuck. Boiled eggs sometimes give me hiccups. It appears to have given me hiccups today. Farewell, Taylor. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Also, how old is Taylor at this point? This dwarf's getting up there. 166 years old! Holy shit, dude. You know, for a remarkably flimsy dwarf, you've been a really good mayor. Always feels empathy, very happy about their job, loves their bedroom. Mastered persuasion. Hold up. Legendary clother, obviously. Legendary persuader, negotiator, and judge of intent. High master conversationalist. A legendary counselor. Grandmaster pacifier, and a great student. Legendary speaker. I have 2 legendary speakers. They're in my living room and plugged into my record player. They're lovely to listen to. A grandmaster singer and a legendary... How often do you see legendary musicians in Dwarf Fortress that were born in your fort? Can't be that often. I don't believe I've ever seen one before, so... Adequate at the Galum. Adequate at the Keurig. Knows a bunch of music. Very skilled at the Umber Sweetness. An expert at the Fuchsia Velvet. That's cool. And the dabbling crutch walker. Only dabbled in lying. That's a lie. I mean... That time as mayor has made him quite skilled. Yeah, no kidding. Curious how many more years they got. I am quite curious. You know, chat, every now and again, I get sent an email about a game that chat's like, yo, dude, this looks like a Flash game. All right. Well, I would like to inform you that I've just received a key for a game that actually looks like a Flash game. Feel kind of bad because, like, nobody's bought it, but it's a hard sell. Think you're gonna check out V Rising soon? It's one of those survival crafty, craft 'em up, run around stabby thing, chop you down tree, go back, craft 'em up. I mean, did you ever play Bloodline Champions, Dromang? When that was the biggest game on Earth, which I fell into for like a week. Okay. Because there was like a week, or Battle Right? Because it's that studio. It's literally a studio that makes, or that for years made, combat dance MOBAs without any creeps or towers. Like, they made literal battle arenas for years. And Bloodline Champions was one, and Battle Right was another. The problem is they did a horrible job moderating their community, so the community, like, made League of Legends seem like a happy place where everybody's nice to each other. And then after abandoning their first 2 games and pissing off the entire community, they abandoned Bloodline Champions to make Battle Right, saying that they were going to make Bloodline Champions but better, and they did. And then they did that for a bit until it ceased being like perfectly viable, and then they abandoned that. And then they made a Battle Royale version of Battle Right, which failed horribly because who the fuck wants to play a Battle Royale like that? And now they're making this. So like they're a studio that's like they're a studio that makes good combat games. So the combat supposedly is very good in V Rising, but I don't want to give them money because I'm still feeling salty about them abandoning Bloodline Champions. Well, he is a legendary singer. So the mayor is indeed a legendary singer. I mean, being a comedian makes it easier for you to be an elected official. I mean, it kind of worked for Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it also worked for Zelensky. So it's not always mayor. Sometimes it's president. But yeah, so, I mean, if you're going to play V Rising, just be wary. That studio has a history of putting a lot of very expensive microtransactions into a game and then dumping it the second it stops being super popular. But, you know, maybe this will be the one that breaks the curse. I do got to say that V Rising is a terrible name for a video game. Like, terrible name for a video game. But know that it's more MOBA combat than Diablo. It's not really Diablo. Feels like you're playing a MOBA. Novice Liar, which I said is a lie. Has to be a lie. Here, I'll go through them again. Just because I think you guys missed it. Legendary Persuader, Negotiator, and Judge of Intent. Dabbling Liar. Dabbling Intimidator. High Master Conversationalist. Legendary Comedian. Dabbling Flatterer. Legendary Counselor, Grandmaster Pacifier, Great Student, Great Concentration, Dabbling Reader, Legendary Speaker, Professional Teacher, Rusty, Dabbling Climber, Professional Dancer, Rusty, Legendary Musician, Grandmaster Singer, Dabbling Stringed Instrument, Dabbling Wind Instrument, Dabbling Percussionist, and has some skills in songs and instruments. I'm pretty sure Speaker is for telling a story, is it not? One pick, 2 crutch. Tell me you're a jester without telling me you're a jester. I didn't tell you that I'm anything. Hi, Wave Thrash. What up? Not me, the dwarf? Right. I do own a jester duck, though. But glad to hear that you're doing well. I'm ecstatic today because in like an hour I get to well, take a shower and then leave to go and see a concert that I bought ticket. So I get to see Holy Fuck today, right? And I've been talking about this all day, and I'm very excited. But I bought a ticket to see this show in 2019. It was supposed to be in early 2020. Yeah, that one worked out. So this is a show that I bought a ticket to go see like 2 years ago. It got delayed, then it got delayed again, then it got delayed again, then it got delayed again, then it was supposed to, then it got delayed until further notice. It was like delayed 3 times in like 2 months, and then delayed until further notice with refunds optional, which I didn't refund. Then they canceled all the tickets, refunded everybody, and then announced a show for like October 2020, which I bought a ticket for. That got delayed to December 2020, which then got delayed to February 2021. And then they canceled it again and refunded everybody. And then they booked another show for the end of 2021, which I bought a ticket for in summer 2021. And it got delayed to January of this year, and then got delayed again to today. So if I make it to the show today and it hasn't been canceled yet, we're doing something right. So yeah, better late than never. I love that the music in Dwarf Fortress differentiates between spoken word songs and sung songs. You went to see a Spanish silly techno pop concert with a ticket from 2020? You know. I'm trying to think of other bands. I mean, I have tickets to go see Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, which just got delayed again to fucking September of this year, which is like... Okay. Trying to think, what else have I like bought tickets for? Like I did the same thing with Boy Harsher until they eventually just canceled the show outright and refunded everybody, which I'm a little bit salty about. I did the same thing with Under Oath. I bought I bought and rebought the tickets twice, and then they delayed it a bunch of times until they eventually just canceled it outright. Like there's a lot of bands that, because Canada's restrictions lasted a lot longer than the States. And so there's a lot of bands from the US that just kind of canceled Canada out. Like they just, rather than delaying the shows, they just like cut Canada out of the tour, which like I get, but kind of sucks. I'm just super happy I was able to see Ginger at the end of last year. So happy that show happened. So fucking happy. Speaking of Ginger, I wore my my Ginger like Ukraine military fundraiser t-shirt to my parents' house. My dad bought that t-shirt. He's just like, man, I could feel like a cool kid. I could wear a band shirt and support a country I want to support. I'm like, all right. I mean, I just like conned my dad into buying a metal band shirt. What just happened? What year is it? No, it definitely wasn't last year. You want to know what's also weird? As of tomorrow, 2022 is half over. Ay, 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 ay. So my birthday is the halfway point through the year, right? 2020, we're like looking down the barrel of 2023 now. Like 2 days from now, we're going to be like halfway to 2023. But, you know, apparently Starfield's coming out in 2023, so it's got to be a good year, right? 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 Allegedly, Stalker might come out. That's not going to happen. Just going to bring that stuff over. Is it as a activity? Kind of want to pre-bring it. So everybody who isn't making rock crowns are going to bring all that old clothing over. Wait, hold on a second. Did the dwarves not show up to trade? Chat, I didn't just trade with the dwarves, did I? I think that the outpost liaison arrived and nobody else. A lot can happen in 5 months. You know, to me, the biggest loss of the last few years is I have a difficult time tolerating people a lot of the time, right? There's just a lot of different specific personality types that I don't get along with very well. It sucks that the dwarves just left. There's a lot of personality types I don't get along with very well. Past 2 years has made everybody 1,000 times louder about how obnoxious they are. I really, really hate it. That's all I have to say about that. You know, sometimes my brain tells me that 2016 was like 2 years ago. Space Pirates, so. As Dwarf Fortress says, time is subjective. You know, do you guys want a little bit of Schadenfreude? Not quite Schadenfreude, but kind of Schadenfreude. This is on the Dwarf Fortress Steam forums. If you'd buy this game right now with its in its current unfinished state, reply with +1. It's like, you know, you could just give them money. Or you could just play it, like, right now. Also, yes, but I already bought it for $0. Oh, people. Can I just say that, like... It's painful reading these forums sometimes. Like this person. Isometric. Maybe, certainly actually, I'm getting ahead of things. But I will still ask, do you suppose it will be possible to use this with the isometric add-on I've seen online? Maybe as a workshop mod or something. I'm guessing you mean Stone Sets and Armok Vision. It's like, boy. I'm sure it'll show up. But... just like this one. I hope I'm still here in 2032 when this game releases. Bruh, it's going to release this year. Don't worry about it. You know, to be honest, I'm really glad I'm not a game developer. Like, I feel bad for game developers just around the world. It's, just seems rough, man. Just seems rough. Also, I'm very proud of you, Discord, because they figured out the thing that I was doing. Shoutouts to Discord. Look at the out-of-word stories room to know what I'm talking about. Shoutouts to Discord. You guys figured it out. You too have seen that one episode of South Park. For some reason, that was always one of the few episodes that was just always on repeat. But yeah, no, I do think that 2023 will be a good year because by 2023, we should be able to play Dwarf Fortress Premium. Unless something goes terribly wrong, in which case then I... Unless something goes terribly wrong, in which case I cry. But I do think that yeah, weird. The merchants came and left, but never actually showed up on the map. So the dwarves merchants showed up and then left, but never actually stuck around long enough to trade with us. That's bizarre to me. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't really know what to do with my day right now because I'm so used to doing such long streams that today I kind of have no idea what to do with myself. It's like the best way to put it. It's like by this point in a stream, I would change games or like go to a good long lunch break and then come back, or by this point I do something. But I kind of can't today because I have like realistically about 40 minutes left of stream time. So Minesweeper? No, we're not going to change games today. I mean, I'm not going to dance around it. Views are trash today. Like very few people tuned into my stream today versus like what I would like, right? Like for me, optimally, by this time of the day, we'd have 50 to 70 people watching, and we've been consistently under 50 for all day today. So today has been an absolute horrendous turnout for a broadcast. So the last thing I would want to do is go play fucking Minesweeper, where like I lose 30 to 40% of my audience within minutes anyway. So I don't know. I don't really know what to do with myself right now. But I do want to stream those. I don't know. Chat, how do I entertain you? What do I do? Help. I mean, I'm currently at that point where I have that personal rule where it's like, it's time to end the stream because of the tiny little crowd that we have here today, which is kind of sad. But I don't know. Also, it's like annoyingly hot in here. I'm sweating. It's like almost hot enough that I have to get out the AC soon, which I'm not looking forward to. I don't want to have to do that. I'm going to do the thing again. Chat, can I get a round of beers? You're about to go to bed? Yeah. Maybe we just end stupidly early today. There's a tantrum. Radio Free is tantruming. You just threw a thing. What is that? Wine? Yeah, that is wine. Damn, I never actually planted those raspberries. But till next time, Twitch ups. We've done almost 2 years in this fort today. It's been a long time since we've done a whole 2 years. This dwarf just ran into the mayor's office and like threw a glass of wine at the wall. Yeah, no, I have this personal rule, which is like I have to maintain above 50 viewers or like it's time to change something or end the stream. So I'm gonna give it about 10 minutes. And if we don't recover, then probably just end early.
Relax for the evening.
Relax for the evening? But like, streamers gotta pay bills still. And I'm gonna be encouraging a lot of people to throw money at charity on my birthday, so. I want to stream, dude. Thanks for the $5 though. Unless you're just chat, should I just end stream and go get ready to go to a concert? I'm kind of planning on streaming for another 40 minutes anyway. I don't know. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. If you guys think I should just end early, tell me to go. And then we'll just go. You have a good time doing whatever that means. I don't know what a GVG is. Guild v Guild? Globe v Globe? Till next time, drumming. Hazed one. Till the end of days. You'd be fine either way. Early night? All right. Chat room, you've convinced me. So, on the day, we didn't lose anybody. We recovered some stress. We had a few tantrums, but nothing major. No new additions to the Longdeath clan, and we did a little over a year and a half, which is actually more than usual. Normally we do just under 2. Or normally we do just over 1 year. So we did a bit more time than usual. We're 7 hours into the stream. This is the shortest stream I've done in 3 months. Shortest stream I've done in 3 months. Anybody else streaming Dwarfs? I know my entire team's offline, so. But tomorrow, somebody I don't know is streaming Dwarfs, so I'm just gonna pass on that. So for those of you, if you haven't yet, listen to the podcast because it has Tekid on it. If you don't know Tekid, go listen to that episode of the podcast and then go watch Tekid afterwards. Tomorrow will be